Let's go.
Guys, I'm so pissed. My Spotify rap was exclusively Greek mythology ambient music.
Congratulations.
No, I'm pissed. I'm
You need
so
like a
pissed
separate.
off.
You need a separate like
I know!
view person
The
account.
whole year. I gotta wait a whole year for a proper one.
Yeah.
Alright, let's do this. Alright, welcome back, ye scallywags. Wait, wrong game. Sorry. Not swashbuckling. Welcome back to Greece. You guys have successfully saved the king from the spell of the witches. Got them all executed, and the king's decree was this. He will step down the throne, his heir will take his place, and he will not leave the city unguarded of its spiritual nature. The party having recently proved in neighboring cities that piety is important. So the king said, I shall not leave you, my subjects, not without a proper Olympian guardian to watch over the city. So he prayed to the gods, he called forth those that would wish to compete. Vasaliki tried to get Zeus to compete, to which Zeus was probably the one god who was like, no. Because he's like, I own all this shit. I'm Zeus. All right? This is Greece. I'm the king of kings. I don't compete. All right? So he doesn't lay claim to a city because he has claim on all cities. But he did make Vasiliki the official arbiter of this challenge that was to unfold to make sure there was no foul play or strangeness going on, which he enlisted the help of Thrasius to detect magic and ensure that there was indeed no foul play during the challenge to come. It seemed that Athena and Poseidon would be the two gods who wished to take up the challenge of becoming the patron, the defender of Crocopia, to which Dolion made contact with. Well, don't worry about that. Behind the scenes, a little Dolion trying to influence things. You guys all went to your seer. You can never book and remember the name of it. It is
Tiresias.
Yep, thank you. Tiresias, who told you all that in his powerful Zeus-given visions, he saw that Athena would win, and that this city would become glorious for it. Dolian was having none of that, because misfortune. And did some very subtle things that nobody really picked up on to try and influence the city towards succeeding by trying to get Poseidon installed, or at least risk the city not succeeding by having Poseidon installed. Unfortunately for Dolian, the king made good on his promise that he would receive gifts from the gods and judge its defender based on those gifts. Poseidon brought forth geysers of great water and told the king that the city would have superiority over the sea. They would be undefeated therein and enjoy the power of the sea. But the king noted that the sea did taste of the salt. It could not be drunk. And also that the city was already surrounded by water. Whereas Athena, she simply tapped the ground and an olive tree sprung from the ground. From its wood, buildings and ships could be built. From its fruits, the people could be fed, and oil could be made to light their nights and also make cool, yummy food. We all like olive oil. And there was a bountiful gift that represented growth, to which the king accepted most humbly. And with it, the city was renamed Athens after its new patroness. Athena shall be its defender henceforth forevermore. With that, Poseidon sort of stormed off as he does. And the king steps down. It is now the time of King Krekops is over. But now the time King Aegeus has begun. That is where our story begins today. Big question. I leveled you all up, right? at after defeating
Level 4.
Yeah, you guys should be at 4. Cool. Tight, 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 tight. Okay, beautiful. So the city celebrates its new king. It has a new king. The old one has been deposed and freed of its spell. The witches have been slain. The city has an Olympian guardian in the wisest of the gods. Um, people are pretty happy. Part of people probably are like out drinking, having a little celebration, enjoying themselves. What are you guys up to? There are some things I think we are sort of coming to, and I will say this if there is a concern, maybe, sorry, brain fart here. Okay. I will say above table there is going to be a little bit of a time jump. Maybe about a year. So start noodling on what that looks like for your party. You were, as a reminder, some time ago given an offer to work for the city of Alokos in exchange for a ship of your own, as they are famous shipbuilders. But you were also offered to serve as senators and councilors to the newly forming Athens. And then there's more things in the world to go do and see, so maybe you might want to do those first. It's up to you to decide what you wish to do. But for now, the city celebrates. What would you all like to do?
Well, Stacy's gonna go get a drink.
Yeah, absolutely. Drink is had, the wine is flowing, so to speak.
He doesn't indulge himself too much, but this one he's a little excited about this one. This occasion
Yeah, why
celebrates.
don't you mark off like 2 silver for a couple of drinks?
Okay.
Nothing that's gonna tip you over. In ancient Greece, it wasn't about getting blackout drunk. It was actually considered very bad taste to get like excessively drunk.
I think I'll go to Aegeus, congratulate him, and also say, in the choice having been made of Athena to be the protector of this city, I'm sure you noticed that Poseidon was not pleased. We should probably come up with some sort of way to appease him. We are, after all, surrounded by water.
Because you are wise to think so. It seems that Athena's guardianship is already blessing us. Yes, I need to be to get the I need to organize, but I think you are right. Um, I think it would be fitting to build a grand temple in his honor. Um, I just need to organize with the masons of the city and properly prepare for such an endeavor. But you're correct, I think. He must be appeased. We do not wish the wrath of the sea for all long times. No. No, not at all. And how are you, my friends? How do you feel about how everything turned out?
I think it probably went as well as it could have. Peaceful transition of power is always the best option.
It could have certainly been fraught with more dangers, that's to be sure. I think that was in no small part to your group. I mean, it wasn't a peaceful transition in fairness. People died. But it could have been worse, that is to be sure.
And it now seems like you have a group of people dedicated to the protection of your city as well. The Sons of Harmonious.
Oh, yes, them. I, I don't think, I don't think I can possibly condone a group of individuals that has made their fame on king slaying or wishing to slay kings, or what are they being called in the streets these days? Tyrannicides? This is not something I can possibly endorse.
Well, to be fair, they didn't kill the king.
No,
In this
no,
case.
they tried though.
They did, yes, they did, but they did what they thought was best for their city.
Aye, yes,
I
and they
think
were given pardon for
that's
their
right.
good deeds, but well, as a king, I wouldn't feel comfortable having them hang around my court. Let me put it that way.
Well, perhaps if they are given a voice, they will not feel the need to act as they did previously.
I am curious why you're insisting upon their presence amongst the government.
Um, it's only advice that, having met some of the sons of Harmonious, they did not seem like bad people or lusting for blood. They had just come to a point where they had no other option. Um, I think that they are. Their actions were for the city and not for themselves. But as I mentioned, I think if perhaps they are given the opportunity to have a say or a vote in how things continue,
A
I would
vote?
imagine.
Just to give the people a vote? I'm sorry, my friend. I'm sorry.
Well,
In
it
jest,
is.
I'm sure.
It is. I know it is a foreign concept, but it is much harder to rebel against a decision in which you have a hand in making.
Well, if we're going to give a bunch of rebels a vote, why don't we just start giving the bulls a vote at that point? Perhaps the children next. I'm sorry. I don't mean to insult.
I know it's an unusual concept, but it's obviously your choice to make, but that is just a suggestion. And you did ask for our advice.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? And you see, he's like looking at you, like maybe not. He's looking at, you've suggested installing these people who have made a name for themselves in like rebellion to a king in his court, and then suggested that people vote for the policy to do with the city in one breath. And he's like, you can see he's pretty shocked.
Yeah, well, at least their opposition was open. You never know what those in court may be plotting behind your back and in secret.
Of course. Of course. Yes, at least I'll have people who are ready to spill the blood of a king. I can very confidently know that they wish to do this instead. No. I will take your advice under advisement. Good Dolion. Thank you for your counsel.
I'm sure that the people here, as well as Athena, are anxious to see what you will do with this city now that it is yours.
And I will do as best by it as I can. Well, let me not keep you from the celebrations. You deserve them. You are in no small part due to the victories here, being the great savior of the priestess of Athena herself. I'm sure much is wished to be celebrated in you personally.
I plan to go join the festivities right now as we speak, so.
Excellent.
Congratulations
he will
again.
give you a pat on the shoulder, and he'll say, and thank you for all you've done, you and your friends. And he will find his way off as well to continue to go celebrate as well. Fantastic. Who else is up to some stuff?
I've been celebrating near the Temple of Athena, I guess, like paying honor to her again.
Yeah, you're gonna go pray.
Yeah, I'm gonna pray on this a little bit,
Sure.
and later on, I'll talk to the Geus.
Okay. Yeah, you party, you pray, all kinds of good shit. What would be you take a moment from your wine, and have a little prayer? What would be your prayer?
That the city may, that under Athena's guidance, that the city may prosper and stand strong for centuries to come.
Fair enough. Do you sacrifice an animal on it?
Yeah, I grab a pigeon.
All right.
I don't even pay for a pigeon. I just grab one.
Yeah, you just maybe sleight of hand and just like grab one as it tries to fly away.
Let's see if this works. Let's see if this even works. Guidance.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Six.
You spent some time chasing pigeons outside of the Temple of Athena. You kind of struggle to catch a pigeon. You can surrender and pay for one if you wish.
All right, fine. I'll pay for one.
Fair enough.
Okay, how much is it? Like a gold or something?
Yeah. Let's say a gold. I think I've been saying a silver, but I think a gold is fair. To a proper sacrifice.
Yeah.
It's not about the pigeon, it's about the respect.
Yeah. I put the pigeon on the altar and everything. Take a knife, just cut its head off.
Yep.
It's not about the money, it's about the message.
Sending a message.
It's about the respect. Fantastic. We'll circle back around to you in a second, Thrasius. Is there anything that my other three friends wish to do out here celebrating? Nope.
Yeah, there's
Vasaliki's just partying her ass off, or brooding in a field, or sure, something.
there's celebrations to be had. Dolion's congratulating the new king. I think I'll congratulate our new queen.
All right. You
Congratulate her, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I do.
Queen. Yeah, you just congratulate. It's just a simple congratulations. You head over Candybus. Yeah, and she turns and smiles. With a playing the role, but there is the hidden familiarity that would only be detectable to you and she. She goes, "Great Candybus. It's a pleasure to see you."
And the great Medea, Queen Medea now. Congratulations.
She will pay you respect with a bow, and she will say, "Indeed, Queen now. It feels good. Feels good."
Yeah, things have turned out quite nicely here, and I've been thinking it over. I might spend a little more time here. I've been asked to serve on the council with the king, and I think that might be something I take up.
Good. That is very pleasing. That is very pleasing that you will be here.
That's what I do.
Reasons.
I please.
Somehow I'm not surprised. She smiles at you. It's that thing where like the quiet hangs in the air, not as like an awkwardness, but certainly as like a familiar tension, let's call it.
Please, let me get you a drink.
Oh, please, thank you. You can get her a drink, she'll cheers you, and she'll, and she can just kind of talk to you for a bit. She'll say, I am aware my husband was offering a position of senator to you and your group. Do you think that is what you'll undertake, or did you have other endeavors in the city of Athens? Other things to be exploited?
Not to my knowledge yet, but I mean, something can always come up. But I think, I can't speak for everyone, but I could spend some time as a senator.
Senator Candybus, did Prince not suit you, or King not suit you?
Well, it's also temporary. I have ambitions beyond king or senator. But in the meantime, why not? Why not stick my fingers in the political soup?
I will be interested to see how you stir things up.
Well, I mean, the first order of business, we must do something for Poseidon, lest be wiped out by a tidal wave.
Of course. So wise. And as queen, I would perhaps need some advisements from a proper and appropriately raised senator such as yourself. So.
Oh. I would be honored.
Excellent. She smiles. And we'll cheers your glass once more. Yeah. It's you guys are in public, so small talk and laced words continue. You are shown much celebration, she is shown much respect. You spend some time speaking of politics and the duties to come and this whole Poseidon thing indeed. Oh, is there anything else you want to speak to her about?
Not at this time. I'm keeping it pretty light. We're in public, I mean, come on.
We're in public. Yeah, of course, we're in public. Gotta keep it light. What about Romulus? Now, Romulus, you were with us last session. I essentially said that you had gone off with the Sons of Harmonia to, like, consolidate your rule over them. Essentially, that was the explanation. And in doing so, you will note that the people of the city are beginning to sort of like, the name Tyrannicide is going to be, the Tyrannicides are going to start to be popping up symbolically. Of course, no kings were slain, but there was a lot of talk about that from your people. Not necessarily in like a bad way. It's not like everyone's like, oh, the Tyrannicide, fuck them. No, you guys have your group is somewhat made a little bit of a legend for themselves. It's up to you to decide if it's good publicity or bad publicity, but those who call them that do not mean it in poor taste. It's more of a sign of fear and respect.
Okay, good.
Beginning to form. It's certainly something you could squash if you had a mind to, but that's what's going on right now. You speak to Alethion, who is the son who you were asked to take under your wing, essentially. He'll offer you a cup. He will have his cup. He'll cheers yours. And he will say, seems all things worked out in the end. Proper king on the throne. Do you think he's a proper king? This, I don't know politics very well. This, what what's his name? Aegeus? You think he's a proper king?
He has seemed mostly level-headed. Perhaps a bit naive in his trust in the king. I'm sure if nothing else comes about, then he will be a fine ruler.
Well, if he isn't, we'll be watching. Right?
Indeed. So, as far as our future as an organization,
I mean, we have my father's olive press where we can hide out on. Nobody knows about that. But, well, it's yours to command and to do with as you see fit, I suppose.
how many men do we have?
Now, after the witch hunt, we probably have about 20, I would say. I'm sure after all we've achieved, it would not be hard to recruit more. But, I mean, people seem happy right now. And a lot of our people have lives. We could go back to more subtler ways until circumstance calls upon us. Train in secret. As I'm sure you noticed, we're not nearly as capable as the Hoplites.
Men are only as capable as the man leading them.
Well, that's a very good point. I guess so. It sounds like a lot of responsibility.
It is, but the better we can train these men, the less of a burden I will have on my shoulders, and yours if, as I expect, one day you will lead these men.
Time will
Or
tell.
at least some of them.
Well, I respect my father's decision to put you in charge. You are the son of Ares. I do not know if there is more fitting blood to sit at the head of our order or organization, whatever it is. Whatever it is and whatever it will become, yes, it's up to you to decide how best we might serve Athens.
Yes. Well, I think that the Tyrannicides should most likely be a force that does not overbear, does not seek to lord over the people, but one that arises when the need is met.
See? And you, like, again, there's no, like, there's theater back then, right? And there's no Assassin's Creed or orders of those who protect the light and the shadows, and that concept largely doesn't exist in Greek mythology. So as you're saying this, like, his hair is like blowing in the wind. He's like, oh, this is awesome, bro. He's like, this is like, yeah. He's like, okay, so
I'm just sitting at the bar. My cape is billowing in the wind. Where is that wind? It's not even wind.
I wanted to be the leader, but it honestly was the right choice. Thinking Romulus. He's like, so what should I order? The men go back to their lives and their families and keep their heads down and wait till they're called upon for training. It sounds like you wish to train them.
I would say,
be secretive. Keep their identities to themselves.
Much as your father ran the Solid Crest, I'm sure he has made great wealth for the city. I'm sure he has allowed many people to enjoy the fruits of his labor. But while doing that, he was able to find these like-minded individuals, put them under a cause. Even if he did say that he was just a rambling old man, enabling you, or us, young men, in our frustrations.
He, like, draws a dagger. He's like, who sent that? Somebody said my father was a kooky old man?
No. He kind of like puts his hand out and like tries to lower the dagger.
Yeah, you chill him out, yeah?
Your father told me as such.
That he was crazy?
No. But he was not under any delusion of his significance. Perhaps he understated his significance. But he knew, as well as I do, that for all people frustrated, all they need is a voice. Someone that understands their plight and offers them a solution. And that was your father. Have the men go back to their lives, maintain the olive crest. Perhaps we can expand and grow our funding for now. Have these men go back to their wives, their children. Be productive citizens of the city. But do not let them forget. Due to our intervention, due to the values that they held close to their hearts, we helped take down a tyrant. All the while, have them find more people. More that will share in the cause. And perhaps we can wipe, one day, all the tyrants from Greece.
Okay. Damn. Oh, that's so cool. Shit. He's like, you see, he's genuinely overwhelmed by your presence. by your words. Tell you what, roll me like a performance check.
I do perform quite a bit. Okay. All right. Performance check. Oh, inspiration. Oh my god. That's a 5.
Roll with advantage. Damn it.
Okay. 14. Quite a lot better.
Yeah, he thinks you're pretty cool. Like he isn't like starstruck it or he doesn't fall in love with you or anything, but he's like he thinks it's a pretty cool concept. He's pretty on board. He goes, all right, yeah, I'll do as you say. I'll find the men, tell them to keep quiet about who they belong to, and go back to living their lives like nothing happened. And I'll keep the olive press going. It's plenty of land, so for training, I don't know how to get funds, as you say, but I suppose that's something you will know better to do than I, or who will train us, or maybe it is you. Maybe it is someone else. You are a rather grand figure. People will notice you.
Yes, and perhaps we can host events, something to bring these people together. Every so often.
Yes. I do not think any one of the men will forget what they did for this city. Each and every one of them. They believe and they know that they are heroes. They saved the city because of you. They have loyalty to the cause. They have loyalty to you. But yes, it would be good to keep that pride alive. I will see to it that maybe meetings in the evening are called at the Olive Press to speak of the king, and speak of his deeds, and keep it decided of goodness, of his goodness, or if something needs to be done, and of your orders, of course.
If the common man will not be given a voice, then it is our duty to make sure that that voice is heard.
Yeah, every time he's God damn. He's like, all right, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna tell them all this. Because I'll tell them all this.
Above table though, I think is that like a cool concept though? Like, you know, all these guys that came together to get rid of this tyrant, and they fucking, you know, they go back to their lives. They always think about like, damn, like I was really in that. And
no, you're putting together like a sleeper cell of like
exactly what I
like
was thinking.
anti-tyrant, like of they call themselves Tyranicides because that's what they are. They are in the business of deposing kings. So yeah, they're I think it's super being public as like, even if they just call themselves that's sketchy as fuck. You're liable to get yourself fucking imprisoned or executed on whatever charges by the king.
The name can exist. Like that can be a thing that, you know, kings talk about. Like, oh, if I fuck up, the Tyrannicides are gonna, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, historically speaking, that's what the Tyrannicides were. They were like, the name alone struck fear into politicians and kings. That if they're bad, Tyrannicides will come and get them, because they're more myth than because of the secrecy. It makes them sort of elemental. It makes them sort of a myth or a foreboding, a warning.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think this is I think it's super cool. I think this is excellent. You're creating the basically like the Assassin's Guild of Greece, which is awesome.
Hell yeah. Also, check your messages, sir.
Okay. Check. Jesus Christ, that's a long question. Is this one you want me to answer privately?
If you can answer it publicly and not give anything away.
Probably not. I will just say like anything else, like anything else. Evidence, you know. It's worth noting. Everybody saw how justice works in Athens, or how it should work in Athens last session when the head witch was judged, and there was witness testimony, there was evidence, and then there was like the auguries of the gods. That is how justice works in Athens. You bring forth people who can give witness. The more the better, the more specific the better, the more personally involved the better. Evidence is evidence. I don't think I need to go into detail about that. And then the auguries of the gods, as an important part of justice, casting a divination spell to reach out to the gods and ask them if justice is being done correctly, and guilt is true, as an important part of justice as well. So in these three things, that is how law and order kind of works in Athens, and that's considered very enlightened for the time.
Gotcha.
So work with that.
Okay.
Just beware of the meta. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Is there? Let's see here. I'll probably. We've kind of heard about Candybus's plans. I think Dolion kind of insinuated becoming a counselor, but we'll continue on there. I think at a certain point, yeah, it sounds like Romulus is sticking around to sort of develop the Tyrannicides, if you will. I think Thrasius, you wanted to speak to him anyway. In the midst of the partying, you'll kind of hear as you're finishing up your prayer, you're kind of rising from your prayer. You hear behind you the voice of King Aegeus, who says, "Always praying, Thrasius." And yeah, you'll see the king kind of has entered into the hall, perhaps with similar ideas.
It's kept me alive this far. Can't say it's not working.
I suppose, and you are a holy person. You would know better than most.
I was like, Thrasius gives him a shrug, like, yeah, basically. Oh, how might I help you, my king?
Well, I came perhaps to show some small comparison of your own piety and thank Athena for her willingness to guard our fair city. But it is good that you're here. I was curious. I mean to speak to all the members of your group and ask what their plans are, but Athens has much to do. It has much to develop and grow. What are your intentions? Will you help show Athens into the future? Your patroness is the guardian of the city. It wouldn't be unwelcome for such a cleric of Athena to stick around and properly ensure the auguries are met out, that she guides the city forward through your voice.
That's exactly what I've been thinking of. Good Aegeus. Given this is now my patron, given now my goddess is now patron and guardian of the city, it only makes sense that I make my home here, I suppose.
I see.
And if you would have me, I would be honored to be to aid to aid you in ruling the city if I could, or providing the wisdom of the gods, or in any way that I could.
He smiles and says, "Well, since King Crocopia is going to, or King Krakops is going to be leaving the city, he will be taking with him many of his Serpentine Guard who are loyal to him. And more importantly, the Oracle of the Temple of Athena here will be going with him as well. This Temple of Athena, will require new leadership. If you would wish it, Thrasius, I would be happy to sponsor you becoming the head priest of the Temple of Athena here. And thus, in doing so, you would have a place in my court. Would that be to your favor?"
Thesis is silent for a moment because he's realizing like what he's being offered.
He says, "What?
Yes.
Do not hesitate, my... Oh,
yes.
there we go.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. Absolutely, yes.
Excellent. And he kind of puts his hands on your shoulders. He says, "You have already served this city faithfully in the name of Athena. It is good. It is good. We need a head priest. Now that we're losing our oracle. Thank you. This will mean a lot to the people, I think."
It's with the people, maybe not all of the people, but most of the people accept having one as myself as the patron of Athena, as the speaker of Athena for this temple.
Of course. I know that there may have been misgivings in the past because you are your beastly nature, but the previous oracle was a snake woman. And more than this, Thrasius, myth has its own weight. And you've helped save the city, and people will remember that more than your horns.
Thank you.
Do not thank me. You
I
deserve everything and have earned everything that you might get.
I came out of my people's solitude to answer the call of Olympus and maybe a little bit change the way how the Minotaur people are viewed in this world. This might go a long way towards that.
Excellent. Well, and by the power in me as king, I invest upon you the title of head priest of the Temple of Athena in here, Athens, until such a time as you would pass it on to a successor. Or I decree otherwise, of course.
Of course, depending on your decree.
Well,
will we need a new oracle for the temple?
Well, oracles are not picked. They kind of pop up, don't they? That'll be your responsibility. But your powers are great. If you have the divination powers reasonable to connect with Athena, an oracle may not be necessary.
I can conduct an augury to help, but I also happen to know someone who helps see in the future, and perhaps they might be willing to help.
Perhaps. I leave it in your capable hands, head priest.
If there's anything the king of Athens may need, the priest of Athena will be happy to answer.
Excellent.
And I'll give him a bow.
I'll be interested to see what you do with the priesthood. Are there any, if I might be curious, do you have any immediate ideas of things you'd like to do?
Well, the statue for the temple.
Both, perhaps. I'm
Well-
just prying, of course.
No, well, I know. Well, I know where an oracle is, and there's an oracle already in the city. I could ask him if he wants to stay at the Temple of Athena and get handouts and give his prophecies to those who ask. It'd be a nice place for him to stay. And if the serpent guards are all leaving, there'll need to be new guards who rise up to start training.
Oh, fear not about the concerns to do with the guards. That is something that will be upon me and whoever I select as the protector of the city. Fear not on that regard. But this sounds like an excellent step, securing someone with the power of vision.
Thank you. I'll look into this. Thank you, my king.
And he'll pat you on the shoulder and he'll leave you be, and you find yourself standing in your temple.
Athena's temple.
Athena's temple, of course, but
I'm simply the
second in command,
cus-
why don't we say?
I'm the custodian of it.
Custodian of it. And I told you that we'd talk a little bit about what the clergy looks like here in ancient times. It's a lot simpler, it's a lot different than in the modern era. It is, the house of the god and whatever, but as a priest, especially as the head priest, you are a civic official, so you are what the city would consider a judge, because you have the power to sort of talk to the gods and perform auguries and such after the king. Obviously a caretaker, and you perform rituals. Someone comes to you and pays you money, and you perform a ritual, or pays your temple. So you're also kind of a treasury in that way a little bit.
So, wait, I'm a treasury I'm a bank for the city too.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, money that goes into the temple, it doesn't go to the Vatican, right? It goes to the city. So yeah, in part, you're a little bit like a treasury for your temple. You don't pay taxes. You never pay taxes, but you are considered to be an informal part of the government a little bit. So yeah, you're gonna have money which is going to go back into the city probably, or of course you could hoard it for yourself. That is something that people do, priest or not. So yeah, people are gonna pay money to the temple, and you get to decide what happens to that money. So long as, of course, you have the spell power necessary to pay that ritual. So this could very easily become like a little bracket. Yeah.
I could misuse this easily.
Your core duties will be maintain the ritual purity of your temple, supervise sacrifices, manage offerings and the treasures left at the foot of the, offerings left to the temple, reside over festivals, recite prayers, that kind of thing. Yeah. So kind of priestly, but a lot less uniform. So you don't belong to a larger organization. You just belong to this temple, and you're the head of that temple. You're like your own little religious city-state over here. So you don't owe allegiance to anybody except for the king himself, and of course Athena.
Not bad.
Yeah.
He will gladly take that.
Beautiful. Incredible. And we'll get into your staff in a bit, but for now,
It's okay. Go ahead.
Cool. How about Vasaliki? What you gotta be up to something? Are you partying? Are you just not fletching arrows? Are you scaring off people with your intimidation? What are you doing?
I'll probably be praying.
Praying. Nice.
Yeah.
Alright. Find the altar of Zeus to pray at. You go to pray, and I'll say that you'll see a rather short but broad, heavily cloaked man waiting for you at the altar with a bit of a gray beard poking up from his hood. He's got a stave, and he has a large eagle on his shoulder, which is probably the most unusual thing about it. He looks at you, and he's going to say, "Very pious, daughter, to pray so much."
I have much to be grateful for.
Well, you don't need to. Many, I do not say this to, but we could just speak from time to time.
I'd like that. In fact, I am curious to hear your opinion on what I should do with myself next. Apparently, a lot of my friends are. There's a bad echo, Ryan. Sorry, and I can't focus. Apparently, my friends are planning on staying in Athens, and I don't know if that's the path for me.
What path do you foresee for yourself?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. I wanted to seek out glory in the name of Olympus, and playing house in Athens doesn't seem to be the pathway to that.
Perhaps we both. Why not become the commander of the armies?
Do you really think they'll let a woman do such a task?
People allow those who have the will to take what they wish, to have what they wish. And you are no woman. You are an Amazon. And you are my daughter.
Damn straight. Never.
He laughs as you say damn straight. He bellows in laughter. And there might be a little sort of way off in the distance as he cackles. I like that you have spirit. That's carry it with you. Use it. You'll achieve much that way. Glory is worth seeking. Let the others play at politics. Be the spear of Athens.
Well, admittedly, I do have some shortcomings when it comes to leadership. I can't seem to persuade a group to, if my life depended on it. They don't have much charisma, let's say.
Yes, more important for leadership than women. But not always necessary. Deeds lead louder than words, usually. Perseus was actually not the greatest of speakers, believe it or not. He ruled with deed. He got himself into a lot of trouble, in fact, because he could not speak with elegance that I wished he would, but proved himself in other ways, more mythic ways. The stories will not speak of those who laced words together just so. They will speak of those who slew great beasts and freed lands of monsters. But if you insist upon wishing to lead, so lead. Show me. Maybe we can work on your power of words.
That's what I'll do this year then. I'll cultivate a talent with diplomacy and focus on leading through action.
Excellent. Then I suggest you go find the king before some upstart man decides that he has what it takes to lead before you do.
I'm sure my brother will be hot on my heels. Romulus likes the taste of glory as well.
Indeed. Fortunately, he does have the face of rebellion here in Athens these days. Hard to become a government official. You lead people who unseat governments.
That is true. Well, I will seek out the king and see if he finds me fit to rule his armies.
Do not question yourself, Vasaliki. There will be enough people who will do that for you.
Thank you, Father. Your confidence builds my own. So thank you.
He nods. And smiles. And you can go on your way. Do you want to go confront the king now?
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, I think I will. You kind of make your way away from the altar and where to the partying is greatest in the Agora. And you'll see the king emerging from the Temple of Athens, who has been subtly setting up his new government. Not that anyone would know that, and you can march right up to him if that's your pleasure.
Hey, Aegeus.
He kind of turns and he sees you, and he smiles and he says, "Arbiter Vasaliki." He kind of gives you like a little half bow of respect. He doesn't bow. He's a king. He can't bow. He simply just regards you with a polite nod. He says, "I owe you great thanks. You were a fine arbiter, I think, in the contest today. Thank you."
There was a moment of curiosity that happened. Thrasius had his detect magic going up, and there seemed to be a moment where, was it divination? Is that what it was?
Yeah, there's divination within his mind.
Where divination blipped for a moment. Are you well?
Yes, I am well. No, it was made apparent to King Krekops had experienced this, and you arborated that all was well. Are you unsure now?
No, it's just I don't know where the message came from, and it's a loose end that I'd like to tie up, but not one of concern, I don't think.
See. Well, you have proven yourself to be efficient, Miss Matthews. And there's a place for you here in Athens. As your group, and by my old detection, seems to largely be sticking around for the next little while, perhaps. So, I'm curious to understand where your journey will take you. Are you intending to, you don't seem to be one to settle down. You intend to return to Themyscira, perhaps, or will you stay?
I think I'll stay. It became apparent to me throughout my time here that perhaps your military forces could use a little shaping up.
You wish to train the men?
Train, yes, and test as well.
test them. Very well. Yes, I mean, I would be a fool not to take upon the training and well, just that then, I guess. It's by the sounds of things. The warrior training skills of the Amazons to be imparted upon my soldiers. The gift of archery is not something that has been a large part of society here. So, by all means, you'll not hear me complaining. We're losing a couple of guards to King Krakops is leaving. It'd be good to have somebody who could train them well.
Excellent. I'm sure I could help out in that way, but I would need a bit of assistance in return should you endeavor my services.
What kind of assistance?
Well, you see, I need to improve upon my skill of diplomacy and my way with words, and I mean, as a king yourself, you seem to do this with ease, and I would like to study and learn.
It is an interesting deal you propose. You train my men in the way of the Amazons, and I teach you the skill of rhetoric and conversation. I don't see why this can't be organized. Perhaps we train my men by day, and in the evenings we might speak of rhetoric and such things.
Excellent. Well, we have ourselves a deal then. And she'll hold her hand out for a shake.
As he goes in for the shake, he'll sort of add as a little comment. He'll say, and perhaps you'll be able to pick out a proper commander for the city's armies. Or help me choose one. As he sort of reaches for the hand. Does that suit you as well? You to just to simply train and not command?
Well, to train properly, I must command. You see those go hand in hand.
Yeah, maybe you like withdraw your hand as he kind of mentions you helping him pick a commander. You're like, he goes, you, I mean no disrespect, but you are, you're a woman.
I am Amazonian, and I am the daughter of Zeus, the will of Zeus. I'm much more than just what is between my legs.
I'll be a little. Dad sort of comes in with a little support there. I would like you to roll me an intimidation check. And a single raindrop will fall, hit you on the cheek, you have advantage. That's how I'm gonna justify advantage, like really cool advantages, just like a single little raindrop.
Hey, that's all I needed. That's a natural 19.
Ooh.
Well, for 19, yeah.
You see him consider. It's okay. Right, I will, this will be, interesting. I will tell you what. I will give you, I'll give you a month. And if you earn the respect of the men and they're training and following you and you can bring them to do so, then you may have the position fully. You are in exceptional circumstances due to your heritage and your fatherhood. We will, by the will of Zeus, we will see how it goes.
Perfect. Well, you won't be disappointed, and Athens will have the greatest military in the lands, I'm sure of it.
Don't let the Spartans hear you say that, but I appreciate that.
They're on an island somewhere. That doesn't count.
This will be an interesting experiment. I'll be interested to see how it goes. I have no doubt you're going to learn something of charisma as you try to take command of the men.
And you should not doubt women and their powers and what they're able to accomplish, even if it is behind the scenes.
Oh, the city has learned well what women can accomplish behind the scenes, and it startles people, I think. Well, good luck. You will... I hope things work out. I hope things work out.
They will. I will, I'll make sure of it. And she'll hold her hand out once more. Now that we've come to a deal. Mm-hmm.
He'll shake your hand. You have a month to prove your worth as a commander. Making waves. Gonna be the original feminist. Incredible. Sweet. Is there anything anyone else would like to do? I'm gonna circle back to you, Dolion, in a moment. But for the time being, I just want to make a general table check. Is there anything anyone else wants to do here during the celebrations?
I was gonna see if I could buy like some fruits and nuts at the Agora.
Nuts. Sure you can. Yeah, why don't we call it like a ration? Mark off like 5 silver for like a nice little charcuterie situation.
Okay. And I'd want to just like quickly, excuse me, offer it to Hermes and kind of give my apology for not being able to circumvent what was meant to occur. As he asked me to.
You hear in your ear, like laying next to you in like that position right there. He's just like, "Hey, buddy, don't worry about it. It's all good. Look, hey, I learned plenty. Look, you weren't able to like, make something that wasn't supposed to come true and whatever. But I will tell you this: I did know that I was keeping an eye on the fates at the time. Doing a little spying and such. Oh, they were working hard, my friend. They were twisting things around and adjusting. I've never seen them act that crazily. You may not have been able to have changed fate as of yet, but it's clear that the fates are kind of doing all they can to make adjustments on the fly. They're working against you to try and keep things going the way they ought to go. But maybe we start with something smaller, huh?
Sure. I'll do my best to continue to be. Keep my eyes open for an opportunity.
That's my boy. Isn't that what I'm supposed to say? Anyway, yeah, keep your eyes open for opportunities. If you can make something, that'd be cool. If you can make like anything change, anything, that would be. I'm so curious. Okay. Great.
I mean, is it even possible to do so? I mean, the fates are the fates.
I mean, I would say no, but like, they were sweating. They were sweating to keep things pointing in the right direction and freaking out in a tizzy. I've never seen them so off center, shall we say? They seem very. They managed to keep things going the way they wanted it to go, but it wasn't without great effort. So they're working against you, but let's keep putting some tension on it, see what we can make happen.
I will. I'm curious to see what might happen if something should go in a direction they didn't choose.
Yeah, keep saddled up next to that Crawford and see if he prophesizes any, or that seer, see if he gives any kind of visions about the future, and see if he can, see what happens, huh?
Yeah, I'm afraid Poseidon might kill him.
Oh. Okay, these things happen, right?
He wasn't so happy about the prophecy that he would not become the protector of Athens, and then, of course, it came true. So,
well, maybe keep him away from bathtubs for a little while. Yeah.
He doesn't tend to bathe anyways, so I think we'll be okay.
Perfect. Jeez. Yeah, maybe at large bodies of water. Oh boy. And earthquakes. And... well. Yeah. Oh boy. That's bad. Well, yeah. Keep him around as long as you can. Maybe get a replacement lined up. Well, got lots to do. But I'll see you down the line. You keep at it. You keep trying to fuck with their design, and we'll see what happens, huh?
I promise.
All right, that's my boy. All right, bye. He leaves with haste enough to almost blow you off of your feet. Yeah, and I'll say as quick as he came is as quick as he went. Which is, I will say, Medea will appear to you. So you kind of like leave the statue of Hermes, and I'll say like at whatever point Candybus kind of two parted ways so as not to seem too obvious. And she is attended to by fucking whoever, some man, some escort, and probably a couple guards. And she will sort of be there. And she will pay you a respectful bow of the head. And she'll say, "Great son of Hermes, Dolion. It is a pleasure to see you here. May we speak?"
As you wish, Your Majesty.
She smiles with the look of someone who's getting used to something that they kind of like. And she tells the guards and the entourage to wait at the door, and they do. You're both within line of sight, but at the door. And she kind of comes in once they have and says, "I had the most strangest experience the other day, where I heard your voice in my head. I'm trying to decide if it was just purely fantasy or not. Women fantasize about stronger men all the time, but I didn't know if that was something I should be aware of in your powers. Messenger God and all, being your father."
It is indeed a gift bestowed upon me by my father. The ability to speak one-on-one without others hearing, or even knowing it's happening.
I see. I remember the words flustered me somewhat, but I am a woman after all. I could be so forgetful. Could you remind me what it is that you said?
I believe it was something along the lines of that I owed you an apology because I was certain that you were in some way involved in the fate that was bestowed upon King Krakops.
She blinks a couple times and she says, yes, that is correct. It was very disturbing. May I ask why you would believe such a horrible thing about me?
I've spent many years traveling, and while most men may look upon a woman and see something only to be admired for their beauty, I fully understand that the will of a woman far outstretches the will of a man.
And it sounds like you haven't actually visited much of the world yet, or at least only Themyscira, and then immediately arrived here, perhaps. Women do not have such powers as you claim. You may be a demigod, but it seems you know very little of the world of a woman.
Oh, the wants and desires of women are in no way less potent than those of their male counterparts. And while yes, I agree, it is very unusual or even impossible for a woman to act directly. I've met many women who excel at acting surreptitiously or coming at problems from interesting angles.
Well, we may live as well as our husbands allow us, but it is every bit dangerous and imprisoning and requires a different skill set than what men employ, that is true. But to accuse me of being a witch, that is quite the leap on your part, don't you think? You understand what could happen to me if you were to make such a horrible implication, even without evidence.
I would never bring such a claim without evidence. It was only a suspicion I had, and one that I no longer hold.
Perception or persuasion or deception check, your choice. She's insight checking. Well, it's not your choice. It's whichever. It's whichever's accurate. Yeah.
I think I'm being genuine. So okay, I am trying to be genuine, but it's only a 3.
Okay. She looks at you and doesn't seem entirely convinced. Might think you're lying by the look on her face. And she will say, well, before you... She plays along with it, right? Because that's the thing with D&D is like we do a insight check and we treat it as mind reading, but even in real life, if you think someone's lying, you can't like say you're lying to their face so that like causing a big fuss, especially if the person denies it. Where's your evidence, kind of? So she simply says, with a look of, she looks unconvinced, but she says, "Well, I am glad to hear it, and I hope in the future, before making such claims about women, you might think about how vulnerable it is for us to be in such positions, even privately."
I meant what I said when I apologized. And as I said, I've not made my claims known or my suspicion known to anyone other than myself. But I will consider what you have said.
Do you intend to remain inside the city?
I do, for a time. Not forever. Your husband has asked for our advice as counselors for a short period of time while his reign is solidified.
I see. Excellent. Well, then I will see you around. And I hope you have even greater fortunes than the myth you have already caught for yourself.
And I would say at this time too, my queen, there seems to be no reason for you to work behind the scenes because the greatest outcome that could have come to be has. Your husband is now king, and you the queen. For whatever additional freedom that may give you, if at all.
What do you think I do behind the scenes?
I would have thought, if I still have the suspicion, that your actions were in service to your husband, in making his ambitions come to pass. I will say this as well. If you had any hand in him becoming king, I see no issue with him being the king. He is a good man, and I believe he will do well for this city.
Well, then at least in this you are correct. It is a wife's duty to support her husband. And she will give you a polite bow of the head and will say, "Glory to you and your father." And she will leave with that, I think. Yeah. Thinking she has what she needs.
Okay.
Is there anything anyone else would like to do before we come to our house next? Okay. There's one thing I'm going to put forth before we go to potentially a little time jump. In fact, there's two things I want to do. The first of which does occur sort of like at the end of the night. This will be kind of the last thing that happens tonight. Candybus, something tells me that you will, at least for a moment or two, steal a couple with Medea, yes?
Want to what?
Steal like a private moment with Medea?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Make me a stealth check.
Oh, ho, ho. All right.
She rolls a nat 20 on her stealth check.
Whoa. Stealth check. Uh, 13. But if need be, I can disguise myself.
Do you?
Yeah, I think it would be rather wise. I'll steal one of the faces of the guards.
Sure. Okay, you find your way to private setting. Sorry, hang on. Yeah, you steal kind of a private moment with her. This would be kind of off of the Agora, maybe a couple blocks away or whatever, where you kind of find her privately. And she will say, I'm so glad that you're staying in the city.
You know, me too.
I know it has only been a couple of days, but, well, it'll be good. It'll be for the best. She'll look at you softly. She has put a lot of trust in the past. And, she looks at you with this look that you're beginning to recognize of like, she wants to share something, and she's mustering the courage for it because she has learned to sort of trust you, but testing that boundary of how far that goes. You know what I mean? Where she finds herself in a vulnerable position again, which isn't the wisest thing to do. But when you're in love, she says, oh, Candybus, I must tell you of something.
Anything.
She pauses, and she will take your hand, and she will say, Hera has blessed us. And she'll put your hand to her lower belly.
I'm ecstatic.
You are?
Of course. Why wouldn't I?
Good. Good. That's very good. I admit I thought you would be angry, maybe, or uncertain, or jealous, maybe, perhaps. It is yours, but I must convince the king that it is his. You understand?
Of course. We do our work under the cover of night, but I am not angry and I am not jealous. We know the truth.
She kind of dips her head, and her forehead kind of hits your chest. Not hard, but just like in a deep exhale of anxiety. And then just kind of, and then looks up at you and smiles and hugs you. And she says, the bounds of your mother's understanding and compassion is boundless in you, Candybus.
We are of the same nature.
Untrustworthy and mischievous and full of darkness.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. She just chuckles at that. She says, well, I'm really glad that you understand. I was terrified to tell you, but it's relieving to know that you are accepting of the way that things must be. And I want you to know that I don't want you to go anywhere. We will continue to be lovers. And more importantly, we will continue to be bound under Hecate's light together.
Now, we won't have to cross this bridge until we get to it, but how in the world are we going to convince the king that this is his? When the child comes out tall, dark, and elven?
Hecate has many powers of illusion. It will be a simple matter of obscuring his, well, what I'm sure will be pointed ears. There was plenty of time to prepare such rituals and magics, and I'm sure her powers will extend enough to be able to tilt the point of his ear perhaps a little bit more. And I will I will give my husband plenty of reason to believe that it is his.
And he is a good man. He will be blinded by joy, knowing he has a potential heir to the throne.
Yes, I do know he has been desperate for many years to have an heir. I think it is what largely stood in his way from becoming king earlier, actually. But then me and him married, and he got so busy with the king that he just forgot, I think, to take care of me. And now that his troubles have passed, he can focus again on that thing he worries so much about.
You know, sometimes you can't have it all.
Sometimes you can have it all. Yes, you're right. And she'll kiss you. She'll kiss you, very lovingly. And looks at you so. And being the lips of desire himself, I'm sure you would feel like love and thankfulness and feelings of being accepted from her just sort of radiating off of her towards you. And she sort of like looks up at you with the sort of like almost bright maiden-like eyes, which isn't too dissimilar from what you see in many under the influence of Aphrodite. That sort of, the girl comes out from the woman.
It's as if Mother is here with us now.
Well, four's a crowd, isn't it?
I mean, I've never been opposed to a crowd. But right now, this is just between us.
I don't imagine you are opposed to crowds. But it's a little dangerous to be that crowded for me. This alone is dangerous, but I'm happy for it. I must go, but I will see you again soon.
Very soon. I will be close.
She smiles again, and she gives you one last parting kiss before next time, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the night after. And she will sort of return faithfully to her husband's side. All right.
All right. This is child number 2. I am.
Oh yeah.
I am cultivating
Contraceptive.
a demigod army.
Oh.
You're gonna owe so many child support payments.
It's like Genghis
Nonsense.
Khan if he didn't fight anybody.
I'm Genghis Cum.
Oh, God.
The fucking corner, you asshole.
Okay, let's keep going. Let's move on.
Incredible.
Moving on.
Bonk hammer.
Okay. We are going to come to the next day when not all but many of the remaining soldiers here in now Athens are going to be sort of gathered on the field to meet with their new commander. So one of the leading generals who you would have spoken to, Vasaliki, we can determine their identity later, was just like, maybe received a report and kind of that sort of typical sort of dutiful general who is like orders are orders kind of individual. I didn't show much opinion, or at least didn't show it on his face any opinion about you, Vasaliki. Sort of guides out to the field with you. The men stand dutifully, probably expecting that this general was to take command, but simply sort of stands to the side. And this will be your first address to your soldiers, as you'll be leading a small army of men, and this is where they will find out You will be their commander. So, what does that sound like? How does Vasaliki sort of open up? How does she introduce herself to the men?
Oh man. What are they doing when I approach? Like, are they doing anything in particular or just standing there waiting for me?
At attention. They got spear and shield, they stand at attention, essentially.
Okay. Spear and shield. Interesting. You mentioned archery earlier. Okay, I'll take out my bow.
You kill one immediately. This is what happens if you fuck with me.
Any further questions?
I'll I'd imagine I would have known that I was going to do this, right? Like, would I have okay, so I'll take an apple, sure, out of my pouch and hand it to one of the soldiers on the end of the line and tell him to hold his hand out. And I'll place the apple in his hand and take several paces back, considerable distance back. I don't know, still within the range of
150 feet.
Yeah, so I'll go back 150 feet and take aim at the apple.
Everyone around him just takes like a step away from you. Wait, no, wait. He doesn't do that. He is like, he's like, no. He doesn't believe it's gonna. Nobody says anything though, but you can tell the guy is immediately nervous as you take aim. You want to take it? You want to take an attack roll?
Yes, please.
Go for it.
Hopefully it hits.
What is
I
the
get
AC of an apple at 150 feet?
It's gonna hit something.
That's a 17.
A 17. Because, as the arrow is exploded off of the side of his head, or actually the arrow goes through the apple and it goes flying off of his hand and rolls across the grass behind him. And he is like, oh, and everyone kind of, and you see that there's people are kind of impressed by this display.
You see, it's come to my attention that there's a deficiency amongst your ranks, and it's with your long-range abilities, and I intend to rectify that deficiency. So, if you wish to be a stronger, more capable army, I expect you to follow my direction precisely.
Make me a performance or intimidation check at advantage.
I like how she throwed in the precisely because she had to be precise when she shot the apple. Yeah, that shit's dope.
That's very cool.
Want to see stuff?
Nice.
I'm pretty lucky. That's a natural 18 for a total of 18.
All right. For an 18, largely, and do you like walk off after that? You're like fucking drop the mic, walk off kind of thing. Is that the idea?
No, I'll stay and see and kind of assess the ranks. But no, I plan to get started on training right away. I'm not gonna leave.
Okay. It'll be a little bit mixed, but this is very good result. Like women do not lead armies. They don't. It's never happened. So this is going to be like probably the first historical record of it ever happening in myth or otherwise. So for an 18, it's probably going to be a little mixed, yeah. Where some people are like, wait, she's saying she's going to take me. You know what I mean? You can. They don't start actively speaking, but you can kind of see like the slight like, what is she saying? Like people just like can't comprehend the idea. They're like, wait, what? she's training us. But especially the people who stood close enough to have seen the apple get shot out of the hand, they're like, I could do to learn how to do that. You know, like I could that could be cool. So yeah, it's a little mixed. It's a little mixed, which is about as good as you could possibly ask for just like starting out, first line, drop the mic. And you also have the myth behind you, having saved the city and being the child of Zeus. So you've got their attention, and there's no open shouting or rebellion or anything like that. There's suspicion and uncertainty, but that'll probably do for now. So just so you know, I'm going to try and keep the military ranks can get very complicated in name, but I'm going to use the simple ones to illustrate things. You, Vasaliki, are considered the war leader, or general, or whatever you want to call it. Your rank is Polmarchos. So if someone is a Polmarchos, that is like the leader of the army. They're the general, they're the high commander. So you are Polmarchos Vasaliki. That is your title. So it's Pol, how you spell Pol, and then Marcos, Marchos. Awesome. Yeah, it's phonetic, I'm pretty sure. And then you're gonna have, because your army is a little small right now, you'll have a handful of them, but just beneath you, your second in commands, they're known as strategos, and we're gonna get to those guys. That's right.
Sorry. How do you spell that?
Strate, strata, and then Jos, Gos, strategos.
Cool.
Those are the only two ranks you really gotta worry about. That's your rank and the rank of the people directly beneath you who will help you like sort out the army, essentially. Yeah. So what do you do now? Your strategos kind of gives you a look and says like, "But now, Polmarchos."
Wow. Well, who amongst you owns a bow?
They all kind of look around, and the strategist kind of looks around at the men and says, "What are you all looking around for? You heard the Polmarchos. Go to the armory and secure each of you for a bow. Training begins now." Sort of backing you up. And they all kind of quickly begin to make their way towards the armory to secure themselves bows. They are stocked well enough to all be able to have a bow. General gives you a nod, and training can start now. It seems that you have secured a foothold of with these men, which is great news.
So, is it maybe flavor, I guess, like starting out showing them, because I want to teach them like the fundamentals of the bow and like how to use it, and but before I do that, I almost kind of want to like campfire-esque tell the story of how Amazonian women will chop off a breast to be able to sufficiently pull back their bow, and explain like why that is that she is one-breasted, and kind of, I don't know, the purpose of that is to show that like Amazonian women are strong and capable and do not shy away from the bow just because they are not men and not equipped as men are. So I don't know how exactly she says that all, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, that is like, that story is excellent because it's just like such an immediate show of like intense dedication to martial craft, right? And not a shying away from violence to mutilate yourself in the name of physical capability. And that will, we'll say that influences things as we go to a broader downtime, where you will presumably train the army of Athens to be capable. But with that, let us go to an ever so slightly early break. When we come back, we're going to go to that year of downtime, as all of you have vested interests in Athens, and we're going to see what transpires. Be ready with not only stuff you want to do, but roleplay. I do have a sort of specialized, like, long-term downtime system, so that it's not, like, abused and you guys don't come out of this year with, like, every tool proficiency each. So, yeah, be aware that... yeah, we're gonna go to a little downtime, so just worry about kind of the narrative, and there will be benefits to come with that. Your year will not be wasted, one way or another. Cool, we'll take a little break, we'll be right back. Well, well, well. It isn't the king of the assassins, Romulus.
Is it too late to multi-class into a rogue?
Never too late. You got 16 more levels.
Or change my subclass?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to be optimized with this subclass when there's no heavy armor, you know?
Yep. That's the point. Well, the point was to just play into the authenticity of the setting where people didn't take layers of sheet metal and fold it around themselves.
Wow.
In this
was like-
Bronze Age. And in fairness, I think the original concept of D&D is that you don't get the perfect 20 and 5 feats necessarily. So it works out. It all comes out in the road. And plus you've got a million bonuses from the fucking favor system. So it balances out.
And so yeah, Candybus is now Daddy Bus.
Baby daddy bust.
So when do we think that's going to come to a head?
Probably in 9 months.
Revelation.
Baby daddy bus is definitely the term because it's not like Candybus is going to marry the hoe, right?
No,
Or-
no.
Or
He's
even be
just-
a father.
Cannabis got
Walking-
off. She's already married. Now my son's gonna become Prince of Athens. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I did it. I won.
He won D&D.
What a great
No
campaign,
responsibility
guys.
of being king, and my progeny will rule Athens.
Yeah, no. All the benefits, none of the responsibility.
Just as a cool witch, like a cool, as far as ancient Greece goes, goth, like baby mama.
Yeah, just hope nobody finds out about whose dad the kid actually is. Otherwise,
thing they
that-
didn't
They'll
have
never
to
find
read
out,
us.
and if they do, I'll skip town and do it over again.
As any good baby
We'll
daddy.
try again the next time. I just gotta make sure that the king or queen is an elf. Next time.
Hmm.
That'll make things a little bit easier, but I mean,
Oh yeah, why does my baby have half elf
Pointy
ears? Huh.
it could
She'll
be
figure it out.
anyone.
Hey,
Just
I'm
look
not
around. I
good.
gesture at all the short kings here in Athens.
It's gonna be, dude. It's all good. There's hella spells of Hecate to
Yeah.
help with this.
Candy bust be candy busting all over the place.
Oh my god.
That's what it is.
You know, there's a good chance, but I might be ordered, like Thrasius might be ordered, like track down Candybus if the lies were revealed and everything.
Do they have
not
child
even my
We'll
first
have his
kid.
back. You'll be like, Athena says he's legit. I don't know what to tell you. The auguries say.
Just let me wait. Let me look at the auguries. Yeah, everything's good. No, you can't look at the auguries.
So you're not qualified to interpret.
You are
the
not
fucking
qualified. Like, that's a good sign. That says yes.
Don't you read bird signs? There's no birds. Is
Look,
a bird's
look,
good thing?
look-
no
look
bird's
at the
bad thing?
bones.
Shut up. How
Hey,
about
Just
hey,
look at
that?
the
hey,
bones. See,
Bus-
the neck
hey.
bone in that orientation means that he's obviously
it means yes.
the father's.
They just do
whatever.
that sometimes.
Yeah.
And you see the turkey gizzard over there?
Anyway, here's some treasury money from the temple.
Buying off all the people. Here's all the treasury from the temple, buying off all the people who need to be bought off.
And so Catholicism was born.
Not yet. It's coming though.
Pope Thrasius, let's
More
go.
of a Roman issue than a Greek issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can see how certain government institutions were a little flawed by how I'm. But I think the concept of there being an augury done in the justice system very interesting in a world where that shit works.
Hmm.
Like back then, they
Yeah.
fully wholeheartedly believed that shit works, and in this world, your characters and any D&D player with half a sense knows that divination magic works, right?
Yeah.
The first thing we did was go see the gods.
Yeah,
Like, we know they're there, and they have so much power.
I have
think
seen
about
God.
how many people actually don't see the gods like at all.
Yeah, but they see you guys walking around like fucking
It's
ore
gotta be
farming.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, like look at how hot he is. It's impossible
do
not
that.
to
It
believe.
must be the work of the gods.
I mean, if they're willing to name you as a demigod, they must then also believe there are gods.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Otherwise, you're just a freak.
yeah. I had a thought. So, you know how most people, like humans, are like, short kings, like the tallest is probably 5'9". Elves in this setting, in traditional D&D settings, they're usually a little shorter than humans on average.
Yeah.
So, what if elves in this setting, at least, pre-history, whatever, they're like the same. Yeah, they're like the same height as they are in regular D&D. But in this time period, humans just happen to be shorter.
Right, they're giants here.
You know what I mean?
Or they're just the same height as humans, and humans are the height that they're supposed to be. But then as society grows and gets better, probably far beyond what nature ever intended, they get taller and better well fed and stronger and all.
Yeah.
It's the olives. The olives make them taller.
Yeah. Well, I largely had a thought about elves, because like elves and dwarves are both long-lived races, right? And dwarves are like clearly like a rougher race, right? Like they got more scars and gruff and grit and whatever. And elves are like ethereal. They're like fucking 600 years old and they still look like fresh, My thought is that like elves uniquely probably are able to heal their nervous system, which is technically you can't, like humans can't do that. Nervous system doesn't actually regenerate. And dwarves probably don't, which is why they're so fucking like rough and tumble, because they live for 500 years and smith and whatever and are fucking up their fingers and whatever.
They look every year of it.
They do. They look every year of it, and they deal with it and they're rough, and that's their society, because their society is like deals with living for a long time and dealing with like the burden of like everything stacking up, little injuries stack up. Whereas elves are like ethereal and whatever, no back pains or fucking Pepto-Bismol or whatever, because their system just works as efficiently as possible. Well, like Tolkien, for example, where fantasy elves come from, they're basically angels, because they come from I think it's Valinor, the island of Valinor, which is essentially heaven. So I think the idea is that elves are like essentially angels. They're immortal. They live forever. They're ethereal.
Yeah.
They're beautiful. They're graceful. They basically come to Middle Earth as warriors to protect the land from evil. And then when the evil's gone, they start leaving.
Yeah.
So,
but then you go into the Witcher's elves, and they're like fucking urchins. Scum. Yeah, they're the Scoia'tael. Yeah, they're fucking just like bottom rung of the totem pole, like fucking filth that runs around the world and attacks the Empire's fucking shit.
I mean, they went that way until humans showed up.
I guess so. Yeah, they had.
I like Dragon Age, like the Dragon Age, like Elven culture of Dragon Age. Very.
It's kind of like goblins in Eberron, in a way,
Yeah, actually. Yeah, really.
Dude, I'll never forget. I didn't even know about it. That one Dragon Age game where you go into like these ancient ruins, and there's like this whole. You find out it's like ancient elven fucking whatever, and then you come across this like bottle or some reliquary or something, and then
the arcane knight or whatever it is.
Yeah, basically you get like a fucking armor bonus based on your intelligence, your casting
you can be
ability.
A warrior wizard essentially.
It's like the dopest fucking little subclass thing in the game.
Oh yeah, and it's just like a bottle you find in the corner amongst a
Yeah.
full subclass.
That
And the
shit was
best
so
subclass.
fucking cool. I didn't know anything
Yeah.
about it. I was like, this is the dopest shit ever. The elves must have been the shit back in the day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like their language. I will say that. I think of all of the like maybe I don't know enough about like Cinderin and whatever the other one is from Lord of the Rings. I don't know them well enough, but whenever I use the translator, it just doesn't spit out like satisfying words for things. But the Dragon Age Elvish, whatever's there, I really like it. It's got a lot of it's got culture to it. You can taste it.
Yeah.
It rolls
Even
off the
though
tongue
Lord of the
easily.
Rings was like written by a language professor.
Oh yeah,
So-
I'm sure it's me. I'm certain it's me. But you can't like find one word in Cinder and like be like, oh, what's the Elvish word for like wolf? And like it doesn't give you something cool. It's just like
That's how I feel trying to use Greek translators. They're usually not as
you gotta find the sweet spot with the Greek translators because sometimes they come out as like blah, 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 and you gotta play with it a little until you find that like nice word, I guess.
It doesn't sound cool enough.
It's also the way we pronounce the words. Like if a Greek person pronounces the words, like we say the gods' names are completely different than they say the gods' name.
It's true, yeah.
Yeah,
Like Aphrodite is Aphrodite.
I feel like, and it's kind of the same thing with 300. You know, all those guys talk with like a British accent. You know, but
Fuck.
they're supposed to be speaking Greek, and I feel like Greek just as a verbal language, it doesn't sound quite as cool as we want
Like,
in Hollywood movies.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey, like the accent is like it's good, like it's enjoyable, like it's interesting to listen to, it's very immersive. But fuck Hollywood, bitches, assholes. Dude, I don't know if I've probably said this a million times, but the TV series Fall of Troy, when Achilles dies, his final words of life, the great Achilles, the greatest warrior ever produced by mankind, he says, "Tell Odysseus, this always was a shabby war." I remember watching that being like,
shabby boy.
I was like, the fuck?
Cut this shit off.
Turn it off. Turn it off. Yeah, I was pissed. I was like, are you kidding me, bro, dude? Shabby war.
Is this Austin Powers?
I know. It's not so groovy, baby. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Okay. Whew. Welcome back, guys. We've got a year of downtime. So, this is how it's going to work. We are going to treat this downtime in 4 segments. You could always throw all of your time into like a single matter. You know, if, for example, Vasaliki, you just want to train them bitches to be the best goddamn army the world has ever seen. Like, that'll matter, right? Obviously, what is it? Master of none. What is it called? Jack of all trades, master of none. Yeah, you could do 4 things, and then you'll get 4 decent benefits. But yeah, if you absolutely dedicate yourself to just like one task, like it will matter. And I hope you guys kind of like the system I threw together. Well, I didn't throw it together. I actually worked pretty hard on it. But let us get started. So we're going to treat this in 4 segments for each. And what one person does might inflict upon the other. So let's get to it. So who here has an idea of what it is they'd like to have done with themselves or do during the first 3 months? Out of everything, I imagine some of you have like faction building stuff to do, like Thrasius the Temple, Romulus the Tyrannicides, Vasaliki the army. Not imposing anything on you, just putting suggestions out there. If you need aid with like, what could I do? I can give you suggestions. But let's hear it. Who has an idea, design upon what it is they'd like to get up to on their first 3 months in Athens?
I suggested this earlier. I'm going to see if Tiresias is interested at all in becoming the oracle for the temple.
Yeah. Make a persuasion check.
Guidance.
Do you see? It's kind of what you do when you're an oracle. Yeah, guidance. Hitting.
I'm going to use inspiration because that one sucked.
Excuse me. Fair enough.
11.
Finally, I'll get some respect in this town.
Oh.
By Hera's tits, I'll take it.
I don't want to hear you say that.
Where is she?
Oh, you're so dead.
What? Cursing's fun, all right? The gods love it. Trust me.
Some of them more than others.
Yeah.
Are you interested?
Yeah, absolutely. Becoming a prophet here, it'll be a good use of my time instead of you guys shoving me inside of a broom closet every time you get into a city, so you can go run off and have fun.
Oh, excellent. So, and plus there's somewhere you can stay. You can recognize the layouts of the building, and somewhere safe from the rain.
That's right. And I'll actually get fed in proper clothes. I won't have to beg you all to feed and clothe me in exchange for perfect prophecy.
Exactly. And I take him over to the temple and introduce him to everyone.
I actually appreciate that you're not denying that you do these things to me. And he's mostly joking. Kind of
implicitly acknowledged, yeah.
You're right. We do treat you like shit. We do forget about you until we meet you. Okay, let's see here. Just pulling up some stuff. So, Thrasius, you head to the temple, and as you introduce him to everybody, I'm going to introduce you a little bit to the staff. It's going to be a little simple, but that's a good thing, probably, huh?
It's okay. Go right ahead.
Got it. So, as a point of interest, actually, Greek religion is very not like Catholicism. There is no universal creed. There is no orthodoxy. There's no heresy. There's no belief requirements. There's no big book. There's nothing like that. It's very, very interpretive and very open to interpretation. What mattered was the spellcraft, really. Your job, Thrasius, being a cleric and casting the spells right, respecting the traditions of the temple and the people of the city. And also, of course, not angering the gods. That's really all you got to worry about. Cast the spells you're asked to cast, respect the gods and their traditions, don't piss them off. That's it. That's all you got to do. You're allowed to privately doubt, different gods and what they're up to, but you can't miss festivals. Okay. So, more importantly, you, sir, have a little bit of a staff. So, are you ready? I want to tell you what your staff is. So,
bring it on.
Got it. So you have caretakers and guards. We don't need to worry about those guys. They sweep the shit out and they keep an eye on the temple and make sure it's safe. Obviously,
awesome.
Right?
Awesome.
You are gonna have. There's gonna be singers and musicians, various attendants like that. Again, extending sort of like the extended staff, right? Those guys you don't really need to worry about too much. The people who are more directly involved with you is the prophet you just hired, the seer, the diviner. So he's a pretty centrally important figure. He's going to be like sort of second to you, Thrasius. So that's very important. Now the two people who are interesting and important after you is you're going to have an assisting priest, who was saved by Dolion, who we have a name for, because of that great son of Hermes. What's their name? I have it here. Caloris. Oh, nope, that's not it. That was the lady from the other place. Let's see. Market. Oh, Zinnia.
Zinnia.
So Zinnia is the priestess that Dolion saved. And she is your assistant priest. So she's like, "Hey Thrasius, what's up? I'm like your assistant priest. Whatever you need, I'm here to help you." So she's there to assist. You will have, of course, your...
And I bring her everywhere to help to shadow me because there'll probably be times I need to leave and she's gonna need to run the temple while I'm gone.
Yeah, exactly. She'll run the temple while you're out and about. You are gonna have Thrasius as your seer, or your diviner, I should say. And last, you have one other employee who is actually very important, who we don't have an identity for yet, and that is your festival planner.
Oh, nice.
It's very important for you guys to put on festivals here and again to celebrate the gods and make sure that they are worshipped properly.
The events planner.
Yeah, exactly. So allow me to quickly give this individual an identity. This will be your big three, if you will. Okay, his name's Marcos. Let's keep it simple.
Okay, Marcos.
Now this guy, he's very like, "Thrasius, my friend, welcome. I'm so excited to have you as a part of our little community here. Big festival coming up. How much drachmi am I allowed to have for it? What do you say?" He's that kind of guy. He seems to always be asking for money.
Yeah.
So that's your team. That's your little team. That's your four-pronged guy. Xenia will handle like the musicians and the caretakers and all of those guys. But that's your team right there.
Okay, cool. Is there a festival coming up?
Goes, "If you say so, big boss." I'm helping you organize something.
Like, could you do something with this, and I'll give him 33 gold. Could he get something set and running with that, or
you don't have to worry about paying him out of your pockets. He'll come out
Okay.
of the temple treasury, and we'll get to all of that. It's okay.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, no worries. You can, but I'm just letting you know that like usually that would come out of the treasury, right?
Okay.
But what would you like to do now that you have your little team lined up? And I'm gonna yeah, he's not a 58, he's an oracle. I'm just gonna put the names of your team into the chat here because this is kind of important. You know, you want to keep track of your guys.
Okay.
What do you want to do with your 3 months?
First 3 months, try to like basically get a rhythm, schedule for the temple, set it up, like spreading word that Tiresias is here. We have a seer now, and if you come and for the low price of like 3 drachma, you can get a prophecy from him.
Yeah, that's basically how it works. Spellcasting services, I think will definitely apply in the temple. So yeah, your temple's making bank, and your temple especially, because the god that you represent is the patron of Athens. So you find yourself, Thrasius, sort of immersed in more gold than you really know what to do with personally.
Oh my.
No, that's maybe not. I mean, in your mind as a minotaur, let's not go crazy here.
Yeah.
let's woo, gotta be careful what I say. But a lot of gold. So you just kind of want to like consolidate the temple's power and like get it running and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, it start up by getting it up and running first off.
Run your business. Understood. Okay. Tell you what. I want you to make me a little skill check here. First thing I want you to do is obviously roll me a religion check.
Okay.
I then want you to roll me a persuasion or performance check. It is your choice. As a priest, you do need to speak of your god and be convincing of it.
Okay. I give guidance on the first one.
I'll allow guidance on one of these.
Natural 20 on the religion.
Hey, very impressive.
For a total of 31.
Good job. Okay, so now make me the performance or persuasion check.
Okay. I guess I'll also cast enhance ability on this one.
Okay.
persuasion. I'll go persuasion. Oh wait, it's 13 on persuasion.
Okay, a little, like it's sufficient. It will do the job. You're not disappointing anybody, but you're also not wowing anybody either. The last one, I think this one will be important as to, so you're consolidating the temple, right?
Yes.
What does that mean to you? Are you trying to fill the coffers of the treasury? Are you trying to like gain like divine favor? Are you trying to like develop like clerical magic? Like, what does it mean to you when you say you're just consolidating and building up the temple?
Okay. Let's still. I already
Social
have
clouts, political clouts, those are possible too.
let's try social clout. Why not?
Okay, cool. Just kind of getting in with the people, absolutely.
People gotta know about you before you can make coin.
Yeah, if that's the case, why don't you roll me an insight check? Let's call it insight.
Okay,
Feels important
guidance.
for a priest.
Another natural 20 for 29.
Jesus, no guidance on this one. You've already.
Oh
you've
yeah,
already
never
got
mind.
guidance.
You're right. 29.
It's okay, but you did really, really, really good. Okay, understood. What was the first roll? So you got a 29, you got like a 12, and what was the other one? First one?
31.
Oh god, yes, 31.
Let's just say when those first 3 months roll by, Thrasius has wowed people about his skill as a priest, and the city finds itself accepting a Minotaur as its high priest with great excitement. Incredible. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get to your building social now, huh? Okay. I'll tell you what, Thrasius. This is going to earn you as like a cumulative milestone here for doing so well. I think you're just going to be considered like, well, first, you've already got full bonuses with Athena, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, I've 3 all filled up.
Yeah, you've already got full bonuses. I am simply going to say that you are like, you have tremendous like social influence amongst the commoners now.
Oh wow.
You were like highly respected by the people, and like you're just gonna like probably gain a lot of advantages when it comes to like asking people to do things for you in the name of Athena in an official capacity and so on and so forth. Like people really gravitate towards the church, or sorry, the temple and yourself, and you're just going to be like considered like an important community leader. People generally follow you, and that does translate to political power. But we'll come back around to you. So mark that up somewhere on your sheet. That isn't just like a, oh, you got this. Like it's important. Mark down that you're like
fellow of the community.
Yeah, leader of community in Athens, essentially.
Got it. Fellow of
Okay. Who's up next? Who knows what they're doing with their first 3 months?
I sent you my stuff.
Okay.
I put it in bullet point form. Well, you know, not really bullet point, but
Interesting. This is what you want to do for all 3 of yours?
I think so. I put 4 things because I assume.
Yeah, there's 4 sections to this year. Okay.
So is this a year or is it just the first month of
this? Is a year, but we're taking it 3 months at a time.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, so which of these do you want to do in your first month? Or your first 3 months?
Let's do 1.
Alright, we can leave it there. Roll me because you got to outsource for this, kinda. Roll me in. Because you're not doing it. How much money?
Do you have a rough estimate of how much that would cost?
For 3 months, probably pretty expensive, like 2 gold a day, and you're not really. I think you should do the last one first, and then you can utilize them.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Can we just say this out loud? I mean, like, nobody's gonna metagame, and I'm sure everyone wants to know what's going on.
Sure.
Okay, cool. So, not so revealing. I think you should start by training and organizing the Tyrannicides. You want to do that, and then you can utilize them for your first one, instead of having to like spend a shit ton of money on that source people. Okay, so let's start
do that.
Okay, how do you want to train them? So you can train them if you wish, and they will be training some, sketchy ass martial skills. They'll be trained to be like you, to be a Illbreaker. Probably. I'd say that you can train them to be just like regular marshals as well. If you want them to be like rogues and assassins and spies and things, then I would say you need to outsource for a trainer.
Okay. Let's focus. I don't even know how to instill the power of an Illrigger in someone.
Then we could just say that you just train them to be like they learn how to fight. Basically, they learn to like maybe not hoplite level. That's pretty up their fighting skill, but they at least are not bandits.
Yeah.
They're a proper fighting force.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's.
Are you proficient in stealth?
I'm not, but I do have a +3.
Okay. Yeah, you can teach them to like utilize like martial weapons and again like them not be bandits and whatever. Okay, so here's what I'll have you do. So I want you to roll me an investigation.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to roll me an athletics. And I want you to roll me an insight on top of it. And this will not only be for training them, but for having business sense enough to make sure that they're supplied.
Okay, so
Investigation is for like tactics. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. The investigation was a 5, the athletics was a 20, and the insight was a 17.
Okay, pretty good. So the investigation being a little lower, that's only considered one failure of the bunch. So they're generally going to do pretty good. They're not as well trained and well supplied as they could be, but they will be capable. They're not capable at stealth. They're not tremendously well built for stealth, but they can fight. So they are, as it stands, probably able to like wield martial and simple weapons. They're trained athletically. They're like conditioned to fight. They're organized. They have discipline at that point.
Okay.
They'll be armed with like basic arms, probably nothing too martial, like probably like leather armor in some cases. I'll say that you have like enough of a store that like you could send like a small little task force of like maybe 5 guys to be like decently supplied and armed to like go do stuff if you want. But yeah, they're not like fully supplied, but they're not fully supplied and they're not as well trained as they could be, but like you're 2/3 of the way there essentially, to be just like shield fighters essentially.
How good is the olive oil press doing?
That's a good. Well, that's not your olive press, so you're not making money off of that.
True,
That's your
true,
second in command is making money off of that. But he will be supplying. He'll be using that money to supply with. That's part of where that comes from.
We're gonna make these men so slippery.
All right, men, oil up.
We call it wet work for a reason. Okay, so they're doing better. They're doing better. Sweet. So let's see here. For your benefit, what you're gonna gain. Is essentially that is that I will say you're gonna gain an additional 10 recruits. The stat blocks of your Tyrannicides are going to become, because they were at like, I'm pretty sure bandits are like 8th CR.
Bandits are 8 CR or 1/8.
1/8. No, not 8. I will say that they will become like something half CR. So they more than double their capability under your leadership in those 3 weeks. Into something warrior classed.
Huh. Cool.
I'll see if I can lock one down for you really quick. Tell you what it is.
Yeah. How is that compared to, I guess, a hoplite or, any...
Hoplites are really good. Hoplites are like city guard, like elite. Like they go into like 3 CR or something like that. So your guys aren't quite there.
Okay.
And I don't even know if you want them to be, because hoplites are just like line fighters, right?
Yeah.
You want them to be like stealthy, you want them to be like spies. I'll tell you about a stat block when I lock one down.
Okay.
But essentially one of these guys could fight head to head with like a cultist of Ares like barbarian, essentially. Like they could go 1v1 against them and like come out successful about half the time.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah, a scout would be the equivalent, but you didn't train them to be scouts, you trained them to be warriors. So these, okay, there you go. So these guys are toughs now. These guys essentially, like, they're no longer, like, shitty along the side of the roads, mostly hoping that, like, by flashing a weapon it'll scare people and they're giving them money. And it's not what they do, but that's kind of their skill level.
Mm-hmm.
To, like, actually tough, like, go out into the street, like, not, like, strong, intimidating. They work well together. They have pack tactics now. So when they run together, they have an advantage. So they're like thugs now. They're like properly stern thugs you wouldn't want to run into in a back alley. Right? They're not standing up to any city guard, but they're damn or like an elite hoplite. But you know, they could probably fight like a militia, like a militia, like a properly armed militia. So they're good.
Yeah.
They're doing all right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. You essentially have like hardened criminals now, rather than just like, oh, give me your money, cut purse, whatever.
Right.
Which is good. Okay, beautiful. Yeah. Okay, that is going to bring us along to anybody else. Candybus, Dolion, Vasaliki, what do we got?
I know what I'd like to do.
Cool.
I guess the first thing I want to do, and I've kind of already hinted at this to Aegeus, is to impress upon him that we need to get a statue or something impressive honoring Poseidon underway, so that it can be ready at the next Drown Festival.
If you don't mind, that was also what I was going to assist with for our first 3 months.
Absolutely. He completely agrees, and he probably enlists both of your help to just sort of organize things. And he essentially puts together, settlers is kind of the wrong word, but not terribly far off. He puts together like a group of individuals, which involve like a handful of masons and their families, along with like a sizable number of slaves for labor, stone cutters, that kind of thing.
I do also have the Lyre of Building.
That's very important. He'll probably, for that reason alone, and also you're an incredibly charismatic person, which is a natural leader situation. He would put you probably in charge of the thing if you would be wanting to, like, leave the city to go be in charge of this construction. He says, I have this perfect place picked out. to build the temple. It'll serve not only as a temple, but also as a lookout to see if there's any invading sea raiders or anything of the like. It'll essentially serve as a eastern point defense, which we can fortify over time, as partially sort of a launch jetty as well. Would you be willing to be in charge of the construction? It would take some months.
I would be honored.
Amazing. And in the meantime, Dolion, perhaps you might be in charge of working with Candybus, staying here in Athens, and or coming and going, whatever works best, and working out sort of the logistics to make sure that they're properly supplied.
Excuse me. Absolutely. I also wanted to offer to you my services as perhaps your spy master.
Spy master. Make me a persuasion check.
It's a dirty 20.
Absolutely. I think that is an excellent fit, son of Hermes. That's an excellent fit indeed. I will I'll leave you to it, and I look forward to hearing of your reports.
May I ask for something in return for my services?
Of course.
Nothing that will cost you anything, of course. I would like access to the libraries of Athens. I kind of want to be able to improve my intelligence score because it's -1.
Got it. I'm unfortunately not going to be lending out ASIs for the sake of these, just because there will be numbers of time jumps, and that's could be very powerful. But that isn't to say that he can't, help out in like other ways, such as like tool and language proficiencies, for example, try and help out in that regard.
Okay.
So there are adjacents and so on. He goes, by all means, we don't have many libraries. There are, of course, the philosopher schools that are popping up. You're, of course, more than welcome to attend there. And maybe that's what you do with, like, one of your little 3 things is education, so to speak. So, would you like to spend your first 3 months sort of, like, doing, like, education, setting up the spy network? What would you like to do?
I think I'll set up the spy network first because that's what I approached him to do.
Fair enough.
Where is this location of this temple that we're putting together for?
It's not too far away. It's
Okay.
probably like a day or 2 footpath journey. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna look it up for you. I've been there, just don't remember exactly where it is. Here we are. If you're looking at the map over in Roll20, it's at the very, 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 very southern tip of Attica, where it's located. So I'll tell you what, Vasaliki, my map-making friend, why don't you roll me a little map maker's check? Because as a skilled map maker, I'm sure that will come in handy. There might be a request from you to do that. And I could show off on the map where the Temple of Poseidon is.
Alright, and that's an advantage survival?
Yes.
Okay, great. 23.
23. You're gonna be here for a while, so I'm just gonna like show off like a lot of the land. Really like just improve your map because there will be a lot of land here that is worth noting because it's sort of a part of the Athenian, I guess, kingdom would be the best way to call it. There's a series of like small villages and neighbors that you'll be able to. What did you roll?
23.
Oh fuck yeah! Okay,
Yeah,
I knew it was high.
23. Mhm.
Yeah, there's going to be the local area will be very important to note for anyone taking any part in the government. So this whole area I'll kind of open up to you. So these are like the surrounding villages and neighboring villages, if you will. Cool. All of these villages sort of pay allegiance to Cracopia and supply it. And these little whites, the little white villages, those are villages. So purple is city, white is town, and these are like little farm towns that supply Athens. Okay, beautiful. Now, right here on the southern tip, way down, like that little part that pokes out, I'm going to put a little dot down there to symbolize it. That is where the Temple of Poseidon will be constructed, and it's on like a high ridge, and it's a perfect sort of lookout point to see who's coming, like an early warning system, as well as a religious center.
Okay. Got it.
Excellent. Okay, so Dolion, let's start with you setting up the spy network. Let's call it a insight check to see if people that you hire have the right discipline for it. And investigation to like intelligently sort of distribute people.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna use inspiration and roll that again. So that first one was insight. Okay, so dirty 20 insight.
Got it.
And then investigation. Come on. And then 19 investigation.
19. Amazing. Last but not least, I want a stealth check, please, to set this all up on the slide. That's the most important part. I'm sure that'll be difficult.
28.
Yeah, I know. Yes. By the end of the 3 months, Dolion, you have a very efficient and skilled spy network set up that has learned their craft from you, and then first directly, and then sort of trickled down to the other recruits. You have a capable network of spies ready to be deployed and integrated. I'll say at the end of the 3 months, they are certainly integrated in Athens itself and are reporting to you and are loyal. And next month, you could decide as like a minor activity behind whatever else you want to do, where you're deploying them, essentially, what you want them to be doing specifically. Excellent. So you have single-handedly built the Athenian spy network, which is awesome. Well done. Now, as for you, Candybus, you're going to be sort of leading the Temple of Poseidon. Medea will be very sad to see you disappear for the large part for the next 3 months. And that shit should have taken much longer than 3 months to build, but with Liar building, I think it'll be a little easier. Tell you what, why don't you roll me a persuasion check for leadership? Persuasion check to sort of like lead your troop here.
That'll be a 25.
Excellent. Roll me an insight check to like know which advice is the best advice to take, kind of thing, with your troops.
All right, insight. That is. Let's go ahead and use my inspiration for that.
Well, I'll tell you what, because you have the Liar building, I'll give you a free advantage on one of these 3 checks I'm going to ask you. So you can take this one as a free advantage if you want. Or re-roll, really.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Natural 20 for a 24.
24, amazing. And lastly, give me a religion check. You're building a temple after all.
A lot of natural 20s in this boss.
Yeah, you guys are like, we're good at this. Hanging around.
Maybe we are demigods.
And that's that's a 13.
A 13. All right, 13. I think in fairness, you're not as equipped to be knowledgeable of Poseidon. But the
I
rest of it
worship in
turns out-
other ways.
Yeah, but the good news is that you have priests with you, and they can kind of make up those 2 points in difference a little bit. In the end, you are going to successfully create the legendary Temple of Poseidon, and you're going to build it to last. So much so that in the modern day, that exists now and is one of I believe it's one of the wonders of the world. I think. No, that's not. That's the Temple of Artemis. Sorry, but it's up there. It's one of the oldest temples out there. So you build this monument to Poseidon. And I think people will notice that the sea's calm a little bit for Athens in and around once this temple is set up in his honor. And it is a grand, magnificent temple. And people have kind of settled around it, like the builders and slave quarters have been built around the temple at its base, and a little like sort of secondary community based around guarding Athens as a watch post and as a religious center have sort of cropped up here and around the Temple of Poseidon. So very cool, Candybus. And you've kind of centralized yourself as almost like the mayor of this little like village, so to speak. Incredible. Last but not least, Vasaliki. Let's see how your leadership as a Polmarchos goes. I assume that's what you want to do with your first month, is sort of consolidate your rule over the army?
I guess so. So I kind of was thinking about splitting my time up a little differently. Like if and I don't know if this works, so tell me, or maybe it's really a question. So can I like do that with the army and then like also work on the like diplomacy and rhetoric with the king like in the evenings or something like that?
Yeah, you could have like a minor focus, quote unquote, to see it's obviously not going to be as advantageous as if you were like primarily focusing on it for your day to day. So if you're leading and consolidating with the army all day, then that's going to be where your major benefits come from. But you can throw a little minor focus on there and receive maybe a minor benefit and then pick it up in full in like the following months, maybe. Or vice versa, or whatever you like.
Okay, could I like could like act as the commander as my major focus the whole time and then do the diplomacy thing as like my minor focus the whole time?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll say if you just do that as a minor focus, so you just want to like train the army as a major focus and then do the rhetoric as like a minor focus the whole time. That's kind of what you want to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, very well. Then here's what I'll just do for you. I'll get you to do me some rolls, please. I'm gonna have you do like, usually the minor focuses aren't meant to accumulate to like much. And it's sort of like real minor stuff, but because you're doing them like 4 of them, like all cumulative, I will give you a benefit. But let's just start with the army stuff. So, roll me, similar to Romulus, athletics. Roll me. What would be another good one? Tell you what, Vasaliki, why don't you tell me? Athletics is a simple one. But how are you training the army? How does Vasaliki go about it?
I think she would honor her heritage and train in both the ways of Athena and Ares, and because her mom's the champion of Athena and she's granddaughter of Ares, and so I think she'd almost like explain strategies to, which might be a little uncommon, but she would explain strategies to like the entire army, and so they know why they're doing like the formations that they're doing, and then she would also like try to stoke within them like the wrath of Ares and like channel that sort of like bloodlust that you need to also fight ferociously. But she would try to like draw a comparison between the two gods, because Athena is the goddess of, and correct me if I'm wrong, civilization, and Ares is the god of governance, and those two are very similar and go hand in hand. And I think that the military of a city is like the backbone of governance and civilization, and so like really teach them like why they're important to the city.
Athens is the city of enlightenment. It is the new way of doing things. That's kind of what they pride themselves on. So absolutely. So yeah, absolutely the athletics as you're going to drill them. I will say then, why don't you give me a religion and an investigation check? Because investigation is sort of like the broad tactics of it, and since you want to like educate them, investigation, and because you're talking about Athena and Ares and how they work together and not apart to form civilization, that's very much a religious practice. So I think those would be the two fitting skills to ask for.
Oh boy. Okay, well, let's start with athletics because that
Yeah.
one I'm proficient in. Okay. It's a 15.
Okay, 15 is good. That's a success.
Now religion and investigation. So I'm not very good at either of these. So I think she would like call upon the gods to help her. And I don't know if I could use like my advantage from the gods in this situation.
Yeah, this is a much longer term activity. I'll tell you what though, because it's religious based and you're calling upon Athena and Ares, if you, let me go look at your favor with those two gods. If you know them off the top of your head, by all means. But...
-1 with Athena and 2 with Ares.
Well, you know what? It's a good point. It's a good point. Hang on a second. Let me think. Let my brain work here.
If it helps, I was also planning on making an offering to each of those gods, like as part of. I don't know. I didn't know when to slip that in there, but.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to give you a point with Athena because you successfully were an arbiter of her competition, a fair arbiter, which you would appreciate. I'm going to give it to... Oh, well, Thrasius is already 3. I'm not worried about it. I'm going to give a point with Poseidon to Dolion, for one, for revealing the prophecies and being in service to him. And as much as he's a temperamental god, he is a king and a fair one. And since you were the arbiter, Vasaliki and Thrasius, you aided in that, I'll give you 2 points as well.
Wait,
You gave me a point last week with Poseidon, so I think you already did that.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Be honest with you, then we'll stick with the 1. That's good, but I'll still give you a point there, Thrasius.
With Poseidon?
With Poseidon, yeah. Because
Okay, thank you.
You helped Vasaliki as an arbiter of the competition. Let's see here. And these are points too. These long-term activities accumulate, which I'll get to once we're done this first segment. I'm gonna say I can't give it to you. If you had favor with both of them, I would allow it, absolutely. But you're only at a flat 0 with Athena, so I don't think you're gonna have that extra point. So I'll say. Yeah. So just go ahead and roll. I would give you advantage with the religion if you had a point both, but unfortunately you don't. Or you know what? I'll tell you what. Investigation is tactics, which is kind of Athena's thing, and you're teaching the religion of war to your people. I will give you advantage on the religion. I'll be a little kind there, because you have 2 points with Ares. So you're teaching the religion of war to your troops. I'll give you advantage based on your boon with Ares. But since you don't with Athena, unfortunately the tactics will have to be a straight roll.
Okay. Right, so religion is gonna be a 16.
That's very good.
Yeah, really good. natural 17 for a total of 16. And my investigation is an 11, also with the -1 modifier. So I'll take it.
Okay, fair enough. So you go about this, and your people, the Amazonians, they're like largely like guerrilla warfare kind of people, right? They're rangers and hunters and archers, and they travel together and they fight together, but they fight from the trees and they fight from the brush, and they use stealth and survival and terrain to their advantage. And that doesn't translate very well to like the ancient Greek tactics, which is phalanx combat, which they're pretty good at. So you like find yourself actually like learning about like large scale battle from these guys a little bit, and the sort of like hunter way of fighting doesn't really translate to these guys who like learned all about like discipline, like fighting with the guy on your right, shield spear combat, whereas you're used to like short sword and bow combat, and you're like you find yourself having to like learn to catch up with these guys, so the tactics part doesn't work out totally great. But you do good in the other two. You teach the religion of war very, very well, and they accept that very, very well, and they're surprised by their education. And the athletics is very, very well done as well. So the Hoplites are considered your elite warriors. They're already trained up. They require no additional training. They would be essentially like the big boss guys who are probably helping you train the fresh recruits. So I'm going to simply say that the troops that were lost that went with King Krekops will be replenished, and your militia is no longer a militia. They are a proper fighting force. So you've got like a strong standing army at this point. But that's just flavor, and I'm gonna get to like the final result at the end of your like training. At the end of the year. But anyway, this is all to say that your first thing goes very well. The king is pleased, and he is happy to continue on with you as Polmarkos, to continue on with. And yeah, you minor train with him in the evening. Very good. Okay, that's everybody. So we have to do some stuff. First and foremost, favor. Thrasius, you're already full up with Athena, so I'm not worried about you.
And one for Poseidon.
Candybus, you were building, and you were building a temple to Poseidon, so you're going to gain a favor with Poseidon for that very reason.
I hope he likes it.
You're at one point.
We'll find out.
Dolion, you're managing a spy network. That's more to Athens itself. They'll give you a little political clout, the king especially. Romulus wasn't doing anything in particular worship to a god. Vasaliki, however. Vasaliki. Damn. I'm going to start pouring favor all over you because it's been a year of this, huh? Yeah, I'll tell you what. Athena appreciates what you've been trying to do. So I'll give you a point with Athena. So you're now at 1 point with Athena. Okay. Now I'm going to roll to see if any of you have complications during your 3 months here. And then we can move on to the second of our epochs, as I'm calling them. Everybody roll a d6. You roll a 6, let me know.
I rolled a 6.
Yep. Candybus and Dolion?
No, I rolled a 1.
Rolled a 1. Oh, you're good. Okay, Thrasius, you rolled
I got
a
it
6.
too.
Oh, you're good. Just let me know if you got a 6.
Yep.
Okay,
I
Dolion
also-
will be a complication, my friend. Let's see here. What will your complication be? What would be fitting? I think what you're doing is, it's not criminal per se, but it's kind of in the same vein a little bit. That doesn't really fit too well. Okay, you know what? It kind of fits. Roll me a d8, Dolion. Let's see what's going on with you.
1.
You okay? So one of the spies that you recruit goes rogue and is offering on the Athenian black market information about your spy network for a price. That, as far as you know, information hasn't been sold. He's asking for it at a steep price. You may be able to sort of intercept that next time if you had a mind to. Now, last but not least, money. You guys are all gonna get some money. Well, yeah, you're all gonna get some money. Okay, so, you're all living comfortable lifestyles. Yeah, okay. Okay, Romulus isn't working for the city. He's like getting a little money off of the press. But Dolion and Candybus and Vasaliki are working for the city. And Thrasius is working for the temple, which are the big money makers. So, Candybus, Thrasius, Vasaliki, and Dolion, you guys can add 300 gold pieces to your inventory.
Wow, 300.
Yeah, I mean, and Thrasius, you can take more or less from the coffers if you wish. You can pay yourself more. Technically, you're your own boss. You're in charge of the treasury. This would be considered a reasonable sum to you.
I meant to suggest as well that the Temple of Athena should pay for the construction of the temple too.
Oh well, we're a little past that.
Yeah,
the city will be paying for the Temple of Poseidon. I don't think Athena is going to pay for Poseidon.
Well, technically, the Temple of Athena also gives to the city, so basically, it's around that way it works.
Yeah.
I certainly wasn't going to pay for it. I don't care who pays for it.
Yeah, no, Athens definitely paid for the city.
I'll take
go ahead.
I'll take 50 extra if that's okay. It's not too.
Don't ask me if it's okay. I mean,
okay, never.
You're the head guy. If you want to take a little off the top, that's entirely up to you.
No, he'll take for the 300.
Sounds pretty wise to me.
Hey, it's up to you, and know what? It'll be between you and Athena, right? And as long as nobody notices.
I pray to Athena. What's the wisest choice here?
Do you roll an augury? Do you like actually pray on? Do you actually like cast a spell and like roll an augury on it? Like, should I take a little off the top? Athena?
You know what? Sure, why not?
Athena says no.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. I only do the 300.
You can still take it. Right?
No, only
okay.
300.
All right, you take 300.
Nero, is that you?
Nero. No, Thrasius seems a little more. Well, he's a God-fearing man, is what Thrasius is. Romulus, you are getting paid out a little bit by the olive press. I imagine you're just kind of staying there as like a. I'm sure people in the community are like, "Oh, what does he even do? He just kind of hangs around, and they give him money and whatever." But secretly, you're training like a Tyrannicides by night. So they're not huge money makers. They're only a farm. So over the 3 months, you'll make 100 gold as opposed to everybody else's 300 because they're working for the government. You're working for justice, though. Okay, it's honest work, kind of. All right, that is our first one. We got 3 more to do. Yeah, let's start railing them off. What's everybody up for the second one?
I know what I would do.
Yeah, by all means.
As like a minor thing, I'd like to move this spy ring to start operations in Thebes as well.
Okay. You want to infiltrate Thebes? That's kind of just like an order. I would call that like a minor order. I'm not going to make that your major focus is you staring at them as they go infiltrate. But yeah, okay. You send spies to Thebes. The king will ask you. Do you tell the king, or do you just do it?
I think I just do it.
Roll me a stealth check, or a deception check, your choice.
Okay.
To make these orders without informing the king of what is being done with his spy gun.
17 stealth.
Yeah, you're fine. You dispatch spies to infiltrate Thebes. Roll me a d6. See if there's any complication with that.
Dolion is full like
4.
that bald guy from Game of Thrones. I serve the realm.
Yeah.
Varys.
Yeah.
Varys is technically a eunuch, by the way.
Yeah.
Not the best gun.
I'm not. Okay, then.
What would you like your major focus to be?
Okay, I guess I should ask. Am I able to take care of this rogue spy and do something else, or would that be everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can like.
All right, I would like to go to Romulus and ask him if he would like to, I don't know, offer his group the opportunity to try out a clandestine mission.
I'm very happy that you asked this, Dolion. I have been meaning to train some of these men in more clandestine measures.
Well, there is a member, let's just say one of the men in my employ is offering to give information he ought not speak about.
Oh,
For a
what
price.
information?
Or information that is useful to the realm, to Athens. And I would offer you the opportunity to make sure he never speaks again.
Congratulations, you get to murder on my behalf.
So,
It should be quite easy to lure him. He's seeking payment. So it'd be easy to bring him out of the city and take care of him there.
either me or my men will do this on one condition. If I could utilize your knowledge of stealthy operations to help train some of these men, I would be most indentured.
I thought that might be a condition. So for my major goings on for this quarter, I'll train the Sons of Harmonious in stealth.
Alright. I will warn you though, Dolion. This is treason. Training a group of people who pride themselves on a reputation of being kingslayers, how to more effectively perform such a role, if discovered, would absolutely be considered probably very treasonous, or a conspiracy to commit a coup or something along those lines. It would be pretty damning.
No kings have been slain, though.
No kings have been slain, but your people call themselves the Tyrannicides, and they deposed the last king. So the spy master training the Tyrannicides how to operate in stealth, it's I will tell you what, it could be very dangerous for you. It's not for sure if you got found out, but it would be pretty damning. Just be aware.
I'm still gonna do it.
Roll me a stealth check, Dolion, to see if you
All right, let's not
manage to do these things without letting anybody know.
Let's not let this one be the worst one.
Yeah, let this one be a good one.
28.
Your own spy network does not know that you are training Tyrannicides. Which is a point. Your it'll take some time for them to kind of like integrate themselves into Thebes, but right now they're integrated in Athens. Is there anything that you want your spies to be focused on in Athens itself?
I would want them to be focusing on collecting any information about negative feelings toward the king, current king.
Okay.
I mean, and maybe.
They will be successful. They'll tell you.
Yeah.
They got information, are ready to go. I'm gonna actually roll for it. They go, hey, remember those Tyrannicide guys? They are hiding out on Olive Press outside of the city, and they have been collecting resources and training and supplying themselves in preparation for something. That's probably the largest threat to the king in the locale at the moment. Should I tell the Marcos and we can wipe them out?
Leave that with me.
Yes, sir. No. They do it. Okay. Fantastic. Dolion, your major focus is going to be training them in stealth. Go ahead, and I want you to roll me, obviously roll stealth for the training of stealth. How do you go about teaching them stealth?
So I think, like, in my evenings, like after it's become dark, I'll go to the Olive Press, and then I will try and let them, they have to follow me. And if I sense them following me, then they failed.
Okay. So roll me insight then.
Insight.
Or perception. Yeah, roll insight, and then roll perception as well. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I only got a 5 on the insight.
All right. That was to kind of like, know who needs a little help or...
Perception is a 19 on the perception. Oh, wait. Okay, it shows a 17 on my screen, but it says 12. I guess it could be the 10. So I guess 12.
Okay.
And then stealth?
Yeah.
13.
13.
Not the best series of rolls.
Yeah. Let me see here. Let me see how we did. You teach them fairly well. You teach them well enough that I think like a couple of them pick up stealth, and they can continue to train each other. You don't like show up at the end of the 3 months to Romulus with like the Tyrannicides like a uniform trained like rogue network like your spy network by any measure, but they show up with enough skills that they could like maybe like fully train each other up by the end of the next month, probably, or the end of the next epoch, next 3 months. Yeah. So you set the seeds of success in the trainings of stealth, essentially. They will be successful eventually, just not right now.
And I assume that they get rid of that rogue person for me?
Well, actually, I got to roll for that. So first off, I got to see how well they set themselves up in Thebes. On a natural 20, they integrate themselves into the palace itself.
Nice.
The Tyrannicide?
No,
my
spy network. Dolion's spy network. Damn, I'm so cool. No. As for Romulus, so I'll tell you what. Your guys tell them like, oh yeah, we've heard about this guy who is selling information about the Athenian spy network for like 10 gold to the right seller. You want me to set up a meeting so we can take care of them? It seems like a strange. Yeah, I'll say your buddy says like, Alethian. He says, why are we protecting the king? If he can't even secure his own spy network, is that not something we should keep an eye on? Why are we protecting him?
Well, we are gaining allies with the city's spy network. as you know, they offered to train some of us, and by taking out this person, perhaps we will bolster our usefulness to the crown.
Didn't we slay the last king for, or displace the king anyway, for incompetence? And now this king is so incompetent he can't even control his own spy network? Should we be helping this king, or should we be deposing this king?
Well, I suppose now you have come to the conclusion that this king is incompetent.
I'm asking you. You're the leader of us. I'm just trying to understand what we're doing. I'm not trying to like encourage you or whatever to do something. I'm just asking.
Perhaps if we make this more of a public execution of this individual, it will show the people how weak this state of being is for the city.
Show the king's weakness to the people. Show him his flaws bare. Is that what you mean?
Indeed.
All right. I think I know just the man for it, as you say. Oh no, this isn't gonna go well. I'm telling you right now, it's not gonna. It's gonna go well for the Tyrannicides. It's not gonna, you know. Okay, let's see how it goes.
We're not even halfway into the year.
So the deception check works out. They lure him out. I goes, oh, by the way, do you want us to buy the information before we like? All right, I'll run that. So as part of the deception check, you sort of bluff with 10 gold because they don't have 10 gold, and they will pay him 10 gold. He will share the information. Ooh. He slips away. They try to take him out and like club him up and everything, but Dolion trained his network well, and this guy cunning action disengages and dashes and everything and gets away before they can like subdue him. Yeah, so he slips away from them, but they do acquire the information. They come back. Well, I'll tell you what. They'll pursue him. They'll continue to pursue him. See if they can find him. So he slips away at first. They report that. They say like, he got away from the meeting. We're so sorry, Romulus. He's slippery. One guy got a good attack on him, and then he just slipped right through us somehow, like an eel, and then fled into the city and disappeared. But we have the men looking. The good news is that, well, the bad news is that he has your gold, but the good news is that we did acquire the information, and he will share. Apparently, the spy master is installing a network in Thebes, and there is a rumor that the king does not know.
Oh.
We got fucking spy games over here. We're playing spy games over here. But then, the next night, a couple of the Sons of Tyrannicides march in, and they throw the rogue at your feet, having caught him the next day, as they go out hunting for him, and they throw you your 10 gold back, and this guy is captured. Bloodied and beaten and everything, cursing the gods for his luck. And Tyrannicide say, still want us to make it public? Put on a show? You can string him up tonight in the Agora and leave a message to say he is rogue spy of the Athenian government.
We could do
It's
that.
like you asked.
Thank you. My friend, he'll say to the rogue. It would seem the gods have not smiled on you.
Oh, the rogue, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was a Tyrannicide for a second. He was like, what? I was like, am I about to be killed right now for no reason? Yeah, the rogue is there. He's all bound up. He like spits out like some blood. And he goes, yeah, I guess so.
May I ask you, who do you serve? It doesn't seem to be... Oh, so it is Athens you serve.
The spy master does not he goes behind the king's back. He's lying to the king. I'm sure your friends here have already told you. I will not work for a man who betrays the king.
That is quite honorable. But if the king in power does not have the competency to rout those who would betray him, is he really worth serving?
Thinks about it. He goes, I serve Athens, and the king of Athens is Theseus. Or Thrasius, sorry. Or whatever his name is.
Aegeus.
Aegeus, sorry. He goes, I serve Athens. King of Athens is Aegeus. I am no politician, but I know he's being lied to by his most trusted circle. By his spy master.
Would you go on record saying that?
Trial? Before the king?
Well, when your services are needed. And
I would need some assurances of protection. If I were to go before the king and admit my betrayal to... Would I be... What would happen to me?
well,
You can make an insight check if you want to try and determine like what the actual potential outcome is.
okay, cool. Natural 20 for a 21.
Fuck me, natural 20.
What is going on here tonight? Good
Um,
lord.
The gods are with you. You would
Really
know
are.
that this would be mostly damning to Dolion than the king himself. If you brought this guy forward and he said, like, I'm sharing government secrets because the spy master is lying, I think it would depend a little bit upon first off the auguries. And if what this guy is saying is right, then the gods will know and the gods will make that known. You could try and convince Thrasius to sort of lie about the auguries on his behalf, or you could try and manipulate the results. But if the results went through as honest as possible, which is that Dolion has been lying to the king and this guy is witness to that, this guy would be in trouble for whatever the special word, treason, sedition, blah, 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 for selling secrets, which is illegal. He'd probably get in trouble for that. It really depends on how the king feels about Dolion, right? If the king, like, really likes Dolion, maybe he'll twist it around and be like, oh, well, you sold secrets first, and then it becomes an investigation on Dolion. Or maybe he decides, I'm exiling you from the city for being a traitor to the city. Or maybe execution. Like, this is mostly damning to Dolion than the king. It would be revealing of what's going on with the king to the people, which is maybe what you want, but this would be damning to Dolion first and foremost.
Well,
The king probably won't take well that his spy master is lying to him within the first couple months of it even being set up. So,
well, my friend, if you endeavor to work with us, we can protect you. You will not be able to walk around freely, not as yourself. But by all of the information that I am privy to, you may, if you were to speak about this, the spy master may suffer consequences, sure. But you will not come out unscathed, I'm afraid. So why don't we change the narrative? Because by my reasoning, it seems like you are fucked either way. As long as this king stays in power, of course.
I could flee the city, I suppose. What do
You
you mean
could.
by change the narrative?
Instead of the spy master going behind the king's back, what would make the spy master feel he has to do this?
Greed? I don't know.
Perhaps he does not feel like he can trust the king. Perhaps the king in power now is... Well, let's just say he is not your path to salvation. But if you help a new king rise, you could be a hero to all of Athens.
You want me to betray the king? By doing what? By lying about what I know?
All I'm saying is you have the information that could damn the king.
He's kind of blinking a little bit. He's not understanding probably like the larger machinations. And I think your Tyrannicide as well. You know, your guys would probably be more like pointed at Dolion, frankly. Like they're sure that's Tyrannicides, but they want to root out corruption in the government, right? So the king being lied to by one of his trusted officials, your guys are probably like probably mixed. Like some of them might be like, yeah, taking Alethian's stance, which is like, oh, well, Alethian was just asking. He isn't taking a hard stance. He's just trying to gather, right? But, you know, from their perspective, they're like, wait, the spy master's lying to the king. Shouldn't we be taking out the spy master? And this guy is like, he's like, I'm selling the secrets of the spy master because he's lying to the king and to everybody. So, oh yeah, so that's important. The spy will say, so what are you suggesting? I betrayed the king to be installed, to have a new king brought in, and then what happens to the spy master who's lying to the king?
He will continue on.
But he's corrupt. He's a liar.
I don't believe he's as corrupt as you think he is.
He's lying to the king. That's corruption. That's illegal.
What if I told you that the king that is sitting, well, if he cannot control his household, then how can he control a kingdom?
His household? What are you talking about?
I have on good authority that the king's wife has not been the most loyal.
That shocks everybody in the room. The Tyrannicides just follow you, right? Like they're not like wicked educated dudes. They just hear it and they believe it, right? The spy has been educated and trained by Dolion over the last couple of months. And he'll say like, good authority. What do you mean? What evidence do you have?
Well, I don't have anything concrete, but
You just said you had it on good authority.
I do. Because the only evidence I have is things I have heard, things I have heard people speak about.
So you want to depose the king based on gossip? If I could be honest, because I'm fucked anyway, it sounds like you kind of just want to be king, and the spy master's your buddy because he probably is the one who sent these guys to fuck me up, right? And it sounds like you're trying to be king and him spy master, and you're trying to install you and your friends as leaders of government, right?
I mean, who better to rule?
Tyrannosaurs are like, what is going on? like the plot goes crazy. Like they're this is Game of Thrones shit to them. They're like, what the fuck is going on? The spy will swallow, and he will say, "It is. I have no evidence, and I have no reason to believe, other than gossip you have sure, that the king is corrupt. But I know the spy master is corrupt. You oppose the king, and you support the spy master. I cannot support you, and will not support you. Do with me what you will."
Very well. I suppose we have everything we need from him. Carry on with the previous plan.
He's gonna make a perception or persuasion check on your Tyrannicides. I want you to roll me a persuasion check to see if your charisma outweighs the spies in this moment, as the Tyrannicides are torn.
That's an 11.
They hesitate. They're like, take care of him. And they're like, they kind of don't immediately move. And they're not, like, I will say this, Alethian isn't amongst them. This is only like 3 minutes. But they're like, in this moment, like, not sure. You can tell there's doubt. As, like, you know, the spy master put it in like layman's terms, right? The spy master is corrupt. The king hasn't done anything as far as I know other than what's in gossip. I can't support you and I will not support you. Do with me what you will, which is a crazy sacrifice for belief, which is what they're based on, is belief. And they're a little shook, and you can tell that their confidence is shaken. They don't know what to do. You could demand that they follow orders and deal with it later, or you could do something now, or take them out, or whatever you want. What would Romulus do?
I don't know.
All right. You can circle back if you want.
Guess I'd kill the guy. I don't know.
Okay, kill the thief. What about your men? What are you doing about your men?
Let's fucking
deceive them, intimidate them back into following orders, tell them it was a tactic, deceive them, persuade them that your point is better than his point. What would you like to do?
Let's try persuading.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
Dirty 20.
Nice. I was gonna say the DC was a little bit higher because this is your second shot at persuasion. You see them doubt. You turn to them and maybe you explain. Look, how would you? Is there a way you would want to go about persuading them? Like, maybe it's about your divine blood. Maybe what would you say? It's okay if you're not sure. You just want to leave it to a roll.
Yeah, I just want to leave it to a roll.
Okay, cool. You persuade them. They fall back in line. They ask you if you still want them to put on a show. Like leave them out. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yep.
Talk of the town. One morning, you guys all wake up. Big news. You guys are going to see this guy strung up in the Agora. Basically, like, this guy has been killed. And basically, like, wrote in his blood, like, the Tyrannicides were here. Or it's like something along the lines of, like, corrupt spies. The king can't even control his own men. Something along those lines. The Tyrannicides know the truth. And it's a shock. And it's a huge scandal that goes off. Yeah, we'll move away from that for the moment. We'll circle back. So Dolion has trained them. Romulus took care of that. Or just to finish it off, Romulus, was there a major focus you had in mind for your 3 months?
Betrayal.
Or do you want a minute to think about that?
How hard would it be to do my number 1?
Now not too hard at all. You could just, frankly, that's like a order, or you could like really focus on being hands-on for that. Whatever you like. That could be like a minor thing where you just like issue an order and see what they come up with if you want, and then you can use your major focus for something else.
Yeah, let's put that as a minor order, and then
you could do your 2 or 3 as your major.
Yeah, sure. Let's do a 3.
Okay, cool. Do we want to call that like magic item purchase kind of thing? Like you want to like commit yourself to like getting a good stock of magic items to possibly purchase from traders around Attica?
Sure. If it would be feasible to find, that armor or whatever.
You'll be able to probably find something on call. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say drop your. It's gonna cost some money to purchase. Probably be 100 to look for it, and then 400 to purchase whatever might come up. And you can decide if you want to purchase it later on. That's like 500.
Okay, I have just over that, so.
Okay, beautiful. Let me get back to you then on what kind of armor you come up with. But yeah,
Okay.
you'll find something decent. Okay.
Meanwhile, Thrasius is just fixing up to cleaning the temple. That's all he's
working
doing.
at the church, working at the temple, da 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 da.
Public service.
Okay. Just gonna clean you up, Romulus, with that order. I'm gonna see what they come up with.
What the fuck is going on here, man?
Just to, I need to get back to that. just because we have a little bit of time left, I want to get to the clean, easiest, and obvious one. Sariah, aka Vasaliki, give me that random rolls again. See how it goes in the second month. You've got the point with Athena now, so you can roll advantage on both investigation and religion.
Okay, so for athletics, I got 15. Investigation, I got 18, which is a natural 19. That's pretty good. And religion, I got 16. Those were really good rolls. I'm happy with that.
Your men continue to train. Your army is, I would say, they're probably there was a little bit of exhaustion, a little bit of losses going on with all the riots and everything going on, and I'm gonna say your army is like very well trained. Recruiting is up. It's fully prepared to defend the city from any threat that might come about. That might improve. That's probably going to improve if you continue to roll so well. You might be the reason why Athens is considered to be one of the major military forces in Greece. But for now, that's how well you do. Very well. Good job. You want to continue your minor focus of learning sort of the art of speaking in the night?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, understood. Got it. So that was Vasaliki, Dolion, Romulus. Candybus, Thrasius, do you guys know what you're up to?
For right now, for these 3 months, Thrasius is just gonna set up, making sure the temple is well financed for these 3 months, just something simple and move everything along.
Got it. You're just gonna make sure it's flush. It's doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Why don't you roll me the same rolls? It was like religion, persuasion, and probably insight.
Okay, guidance. That's what I'm like. Yeah. Okay, well, let's start with insights. 16.
16.
On insights.
Excellent. That's a success.
Okay. Religion plus unnatural 20.
Very nice.
Yeah, and persuasion 14.
14. Okay, that is pretty damn good. I will say, Xenia comes up to you and says, Thrasius, now at least 3 months have passed. Our coffers are filled with coin. Everything is going so wonderfully. What do you want to do with it all? Do you think that, we have like a little temple down here, but maybe, I know that you're in good favor with the king. Maybe you could use this money to fund a project. Maybe we could have a new temple of Athena built on the top of the Acropolis now that she's the patron goddess. It would be a great honor to her and the city. Would you like to use the money to fund some kind of specific project?
It would be a good idea, but I also something you mentioned, Ryan, is above table. Something you mentioned, Ryan, is something along the lines of clerical abilities for the temple.
Clerical abilities for the temple? What do you mean?
It's just something you listed.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted to work on funding.
Yeah, I did work on funding. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Let's do what Mizian says. Let's help build the temple on top of the Acropolis.
Incredible! Then I'll say by your checks, and because of the funding you've done, I will say you make enough money to sponsor a sanctuary is going to be built at the top of the Acropolis that'll be known as the Temple of Athena Nike. That'll essentially celebrate her and her companion in battle, Nike, the goddess of victory. And will continue to sort of build the claim of Athena in the city and show your religion, show the religion prosper. This will be very glorious to the city.
Exactly.
Incredible. This will help improve the city itself as well as along with your religion.
And if there's a crisis, the king can go in there and just pray on it and come out with some wisdom from Athena, maybe.
Building a temple to your god is no small thing, and you have just funded it, which is great. I am going to give you a divine boon. Which could be used in one of two ways. It could be used as essentially like a favor from the clergy, a favor from the acolytes of Athena, no matter where you are in Greece, as your fame has grown amongst the clergy, or you can use it as like a boon from Athena when you need like a little guidance, if you need her to appear before you to seek some advice, if you want a vision, if you want maybe a little magical spell to help you at just the right time. Mark off, you have a divine boon.
Okay, I think I can communicate with her in my dreams, but so I think
these are like if you're in a pinch and you need it like now, and you can't wait till you fall asleep, or you're in like the heat of battle and you need something now. This is like I'm calling on the help of Athena right now in this moment.
Okay.
So you don't have to like wait or pray or anything or sacrifice anything for it. It's already all ready to go.
I'm not sure what I'll pick, but I'll definitely write that down.
Well, yeah, hold on to it, and you can hold on to it for the entire game if you want, and have it in your back pocket. So,
thank you very much.
Cool. And we will get to you, Candybus, next session, just because we're at the 5:30. And we will complete our downtime next session. And then we're gonna see if the king is still in power at the end of the year. With all the usurping going on, or hopes of usurping going on.
It's like an horse. It's like an horse setting a fire, then coming in as the fireman, man.
It's yeah, honestly, the fireman puts out your fire and then lights a fire. It's funny.
No, it's like lighting a fire, then the fireman comes in, the same guy who's lit the fire in the first place.
Yeah.
It's called job security.
Yeah.
It's called job security. Man, it's too bad that Dolion's a PC. Because that could have been a cool Romulus killing the spy master moment, in my opinion.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna do that to a PC, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. And yeah, absolutely. You're muted there, Dolion.
And he's about to learn about all of my abilities.
Meanwhile, Dolion don't give a fuck.
I'm just
not gonna kill him, but he might be miserable for the next 55 years.
and Thrasius and these two are having this little shadow war of spies going on. I'm just building a temple over here.
Just build a temple. Build
keep my head low, building the temple, praising Athena, blah blah. What the fuck? Like he sees the corpse.
Hey, Romulus did exactly what you asked of him, Dolion. You said take out the spy guy, and he did.
Never said how.
The purpose of the mission was to be stealthy.
Oh, they were pretty stealthy about it. The end result was damn.
I think I make good on my promise to always listen to the next one. I think we'll see.
What are we doing?
Hey, and that's fine, man. This is Greek mythology. Shit, the gods do not get along. Why should their children? So hey, a little shadow war breaks out. Now the king's like, what the fuck is going on? I need to hire a second spy master to keep an eye on my first spy master.
I like the idea that Thrasius becomes the one thing that ties them all together because everyone likes him. He's like the one friend everyone has, even if they hate each other. In
fairness, there was a big murder in the town square. Vasaliki, maybe your third epoch changes because, I mean, a huge statement in murder was made, and that would be the who knows, maybe, and then everybody gets in on it. I think this is kind of, I didn't expect downtime. This is the most exciting downtime I've ever been on.
Jesus Christ, what are we going here?
All right, we'll get back to it next week, but I gotta go, and I'll catch up with you guys next week, folks.
I'll see you in a couple
hours.
Good session.
Bye.
Aye.